Rebats him at any point. Alright, he's below 600. Kill this. He forgot the set timer! I don't care about the set timer. It's not dead, now it is. Jad's gonna spawn at 480. I haven't killed a Jad in so long, man. It's gonna feel wrong. Oh god, it's Jad! Alright. Okay, I like to turn my camera like this, and just when the shield catches up to you, you're good to move to the next spot. Yeah, okay, next shot is gonna spawn the healers. Cool, Baraga it. Make sure you keep Rigor on with Zuck. It's extremely important to be DPSing as hard as you can. This is what you got resources for. Alright. We can pray melee, just make sure these don't hit us. Alright, keep doing damage. So now we're going to want to brew up to full health. I'm talking full health. I'm talking waste a dose to get to full health. Going into healers on max HP is really, really helpful. Less input for you. Theoretically, my bow could send here. 75. I'm not even sure. No, it can't send. I'm gonna give him one more shot. Doing mental math, it's a little different. Huge shot. Alright. We're gonna send the shot as the wall is leaving. I'll send one more. Why am I praying this? Pray redemption. Alright, shoot this. Shoot this. Shoot this. And shoot this. Alright, so literally, it's the same as walking, is moving 2 tiles with your pipe. Okay, so you're always with the shields as long as you're doing this. Except for the heals. You can drop specs on these if they come back on you. This is kind of crazy how little damage I've taken. This is not normal. Okay. And kills up. I don't know if my spec was big or what. Or if I just took no damage. Okay. And it should be free from here. What is the DPS on those healers? That was really, really good. But not losing ticks on healers, you kill them really, really fast. Even though that was good DPS, that's not like crazy. It's not like absurd. Don't run too far. Stay with the shield. Remember, those safe spots aren't safe. Loads of people die after they kill healers because they just run up to the next safe spot willy-nilly. Die. But Gnome, what if bad? I'm not bad. I'm good. Cape acquired. Very difficult. We only took 1 Jad hit, apparently. Nice. Hour and a half. That's not bad. I did like no flicking or anything, so. We took it. A fedora tip.
Let the virus flow through you.
Oh, hey. What? Oh, don't judge.
Camp is very entertaining. And they say we'll have some fun if it stops raining.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 comedian songs.
Art is dead. Art is dead.
The guy in Willie Nelson's band who plays harmonica celebrates Hanukkah.
For this list, we'll be ranking the funniest or most enduring original tunes that were written and performed by comics. However, we're excluding straight parody songs. What's your all-time favorite comedian song? Let us know in the comments. Number 10, Always Look on the Bright Side of Life, Monty Python.
When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble. Give a whistle.
This song has been recorded, performed, and released a number of different ways, but Monty Python fans can likely name one particular place where it was done the best.
Always look on the right side of life.
Yes, we're talking about Always Look on the Bright Side of Life, and its use in the comedy troupe's legendary Life of Brian. The song pokes fun at the keep calm and carry on reputation of British stoicism, even in the face of the worst imaginable odds.
You'll see it's all a show. Keep on laughing as you go.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Just understandable. You know, they've spent $4 billion on the UFC. They're going to want to run it their way. I get that. It's an incredible investment. I don't know how the fuck they're going to make that money back. You're a smart financial guy.
Ohioans, sports betting has finally arrived, and Tipico Sportsbook is the only place you need to look. With Tipico, you can bet on your favorite.
What do you have to say to me? Bro, I watched a scary movie with him.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 heated moments on the Joe Rogan Experience.
I think I just know better. They're outraged.
You're fighting with someone who's not even here.
For this list, we'll be looking at the most intense...
To care for in your life. That's why nationwide on your side. Infusing with the power of ice.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast.
You know, I can't disagree with them, but I know where my heart was.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 funniest Joe Rogan moments.
Ian made his part of his body like a karate movie. Like
I didn't know what to say afterwards, but I was throwing a late Christmas party, dude.
If you fall in front of me, no shot I'm holding that laughing. There's no shot.
For this list, we'll be looking at the most hilarious and wackiest moments from the comedy's popular podcast. Which guest do you hope to see on the podcast? Let us know in the comments below. Number 10, Robert Downey Jr. on Tropic Thunder.
Do you think that you could do Tropic Thunder today? Would that be possible?
Oh, you could do it.
2008 was a fantastic year for Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man revitalized his career in May before he gave an Oscar-nominated performance in the comedy Tropic Thunder in August.
No goddamn motion picture.
You sure?
Now, the power of Saros.
why are you still in character?
I know what I have to tell you.
This latter role garnered much controversy because it involved makeup caricaturing a black person. Downey Jr. acknowledges the very controversial nature of the role with Joe Rogan on the podcast.
I mean, you know, there's a morality clause here on this planet, and it's a big price to pay, and I think having the moral psychology is job one.
He also acknowledges that taking it on was a huge risk. Downey Jr. also openly admits that some of his African-American friends thought the character was problematic, and that his mother was horrified.
Really? Bobby, I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling. I was like, yeah, me too, Mom.
Seeing the actor address the controversies in a straightforward way makes for a memorable episode episode that tackles head-on the question of why he ultimately took the role. Number 9, orangutan fishing with a spear.
Have you ever seen an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
It's a bit of a running joke among the legions of Joe Rogan enthusiasts that the man has an obsession with orangutans, chimpanzees, and apes of all kinds. So it's utterly hysterical to hear him bringing up an orangutan fishing with a spear.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it. And now they do it, but they do it independently.
This topic arose when Rogan spoke with Bob Lazar. The conversation eventually turns to evolution. Rogan asks Lazar if he's seen an orangutan fishing with a spear. The slow delivery of the question is gold, and young Jamie's giggle caps a funny interaction.
There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Ohio, DraftKings Sportsbook is officially live. Bet legally on same-game parlays, spreads, money lines, props, and more. Download the app, bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly, and get in on the action.
Number 8, Alex Jones asks Eddie Bravo to attack him. Joe Rogan has generated much controversy and criticism himself for hosting guests like Alex Jones, who is infamous for his extreme beliefs. In terms of ratings, however, the episodes involving Jones always prove popular. One of these episodes involved a surprising third guest, Eddie Bravo, a comedian and martial artist. For some reason, Jones asks Bravo to choke him out.
Go ahead and choke me out. On air.
No. Please don't. Please don't.
I'm not scared. Let's do it.
No. Eddie, don't. Please don't choke him unconscious.
Do it now.
Rogan immediately objects, but Jones keeps trying to encourage Bravo to go through with it. Rogan is forced to chastise him like he's an energetic child misbehaving in school. It's wild stuff, but you gotta admit it makes for great podcast theater.
You better choke me out.
Alex, please. Please have a seat.
We used to do it in high school.
I know you did. You told me.
Number 7. What's a podcast? The late great John Witherspoon is a funny man known for roles like Willie Jones in the Friday series and his voice work of Granddad in the Boondocks.
I don't know what difference that makes.
When Rogan hosted Witherspoon and his son JD, the topic turned to making podcasts. But not everyone is familiar with the term. When Witherspoon is asked about doing a podcast, he isn't sure about what that exactly is. His son JD is quick to answer, "That's what we're doing right now." The situation was frankly hilarious because Witherspoon was, of course, right then on one of the most popular podcasts in America. Both JD and Joe bust a gut laughing at the situation, and we can't help but laugh along with them. Number 6, Theo Von's Christmas Story. One of the finest modern comedians, Theo Von is known for being buddies with Rogan collaborator Brendan Schaub, and for his podcasts This Past Weekend and The King and the Sting. While appearing on Rogan's podcast, Von recalls the time he had a little too much to drink and locked himself out of his apartment.
I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall, and tell him, like, hey, man.
2:30 in the morning, I got locked out, and the blender's on, son. Oh, my God, he must have hated you.
The story also involves a short-circuiting blender, a fire alarm at 2:30 in the morning, and a nonsensical lie about hosting a late Christmas party.
Huh? Oh, this is 2.5 years ago, so I was 30. I was 35.
Joe absolutely loves the story and laughs the whole way through it. Even producer Jamie can also be heard chuckling. It's well worth a listen, as Vaughn proves a captivating storyteller.
I still live there. You know, like I've caught him doing some things. So I think we're all even.
Number 5, expired pills. Comedian and actor Joey Diaz, a successful podcast host himself, is widely appreciated for his appearances on the Joe Rogan Experience. On one occasion, he regales Rogan with the story of when he once took a Vicodin that was 60 days past its expiry date, which he had found in the pocket of his pants. These pants had gone through the wash, and Rogan points out that this means the pill had been all washed with detergent and bleach. Of course, the hilarious story continues with Diaz popping half the Vicodin before going on stage and then ending up blacking out.
Like the first 30 minutes, I couldn't wait to get back to the hotel room to eat the other.
Moral of the humorous story, don't pop expired medication that has been put through the washing machine. Number 4, Kevin Hart and the hoverboard video. Kevin Hart is one of the world's most popular comedians, and he is in full form while joking about a hilarious video he watched. The comedian fully describes the viral clip of an older man attempting to ride a hoverboard.
He's got to be like 69, 70. And, his grandkids there. And he's like, let me try it. Let me try it. And this man gets on this hoverboard and takes... If you saw Mike Tyson fall on a hoverboard, his fall was worse than Mike Tyson's.
After the man falls, he asks his grandkids why the hoverboard moved from underneath him. Hart laughs while recounting the story several times and claims that he played the video for everybody he knows. He tells Joe that some people would have found it hard to watch, whereas it's simpler in watching people tumble.
Falling makes me laugh. I don't care who you are. Falling makes me laugh.
We don't know what's funnier, watching people fall without getting hurt or listening to Hart joke about people falling.
If you fall in front of me, there's no shot that I'm not...
Number 3, Elon Musk's flamethrowers. This episode of Elon Musk has entered the annals of all-time greatest Joe Rogan Experience episodes. Much of the media got into a frenzy over Musk's on-air behavior, specifically the moment in which he takes a puff laced with a little something extra. But the funniest moment of the interview comes when Musk talks about his not a flamethrower.
Well, we didn't put a lot of time into the flamethrower. This was an off-the-cuff thing.
He and Rogan talk about the fiery tools and the controversy around them. Musk admits that making them was a terrible idea and claims that people shouldn't buy one.
I said, don't buy this flamethrower. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. That's what I said. But still, people bought it.
Then he admits that he made 20,000 of them. But you know what the real punchline is? The flamethrowers completely sold out.
And they're all gone.
In 4 days? They sold out in 4 days.
Number 2, The Hand Wants Revenge. Joe Rogan and Bill Burr make for a fantastic duo, and throughout this episode, Burr proves himself a masterful storyteller. The two share old Boston fighting stories for 20 straight minutes, with everyone being funnier than the last.
I shouldn't tell these stories, because I don't know, because it's my version of what it was a long, like
You're not naming names.
The funniest story comes from Burr, who tells of a friend who hurt his shoulder in a fight. We can't fully repeat the story here, but it involves a crazy roller coaster of injuries, hits, and a killer punchline that has Rogan howling with laughter.
And afterwards we said to him, like, dude, why didn't you throw the other hand? And he goes, because I wanted this hand to get its revenge. I swear to God. like he had made his part of his body like a karate movie.
Burr is a great stand-up comedian and always has a wealth of great stories to pull from.
When people talk about, you're a funny comedian and blah, blah, the characters that I grew up with, and what I loved about what they did and what they said was they weren't trying to be funny. Like, he was dead serious.
He wanted revenge for this harm.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, Joe takes himself down. It must not be easy talking to someone like Elon Musk. As Rogan himself has noted, talking to people with that kind of intellect can prove incredibly intimidating. And even though Rogan is a professional interviewer, he does still get intimidated by the likes of Musk.
Talking to him because you realize what a chimp you are.
Did you feel that way?
Oh, yeah, I'm a dummy, man.
He says as much in an amusing discussion with comedian Andrew Schulz, claiming that he felt like a chimp next to Musk. He then comically impersonates himself during the Musk interview, making chimp-like grunts and making fun of his questions.
So you gotta go to Mars, huh? Cool. Want to smoke some weed?
Comedians are at their best when being self-aware, and Rogan is hilariously good at it.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out this other recent clip from WatchMojo, and be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
I'm Vicki Gunvalson, and I'm all about making smart money moves. I'm giving you my personal tips on how to make moves that will get you that financially fabulous life that you want. I have a question for you. Do you pay attention to the rates you earn in your savings? Putting savings in a basic savings account isn't going to get you where you want to be. All savings accounts have what's called APY, or annual percentage yield. It's an interest rate that works in your favor, and the higher, the better. Basic savings accounts usually have rates of less than 1%. Talk about basic. But there are accounts that offer higher rates, which means your money grows faster. In financial products like
I fully believe that eventually I will learn how to imprisoned beyond the scope of my mind. A Cannabis, Alcohol and Salvia Divinorum 60x Extract Report by Rio Gordon. Okay, where to begin? I'm a visionary painter with an emphasis on capturing the subtle sacredness and mystery of life, as enhanced by the entheogenic and psychedelic experiences. I fully credit the development of my consciousness, my art, my values, and all things and ideas, from religious to political, to the sacramental and casual use of various power plants and psychedelic substances. I have dosed LSD in various forms and amounts at least 200 to 300 times in my life, quite possibly more. Many times having large administrations of 700 to 2,000 micrograms at a sitting. I have eaten peyote, San Pedro, drank ayahuasca from Peru, grown and smoked vast quantities of ganja, cannabis, cultivated and gathered at least 5 species of psychedelic mushrooms, including cyanosins and azuracins, eaten Hawaiian woodrow seeds, ginseng seeds, morning glory seeds, and grown and extracted my own dimethyltryptamine from Mimosa desmodium root bark. I've also had nitrous, ecstasy, synthetic mescaline pills, and various designer dance drugs such as 2CP and GHB. I have even smoked opium many times. Needless to say, I believe myself to be, or having been a professional entheogenic psychonaut, I have seen what I thought was every form of illusion, alteration, colour enhancement, psychic and religious reorganisation, and every theme that I can imagine. I have become paper or ash or grass or dirt many times, watched my body dissolve and turn into something else, and even seen and conversed with angels, energy beings, aliens of various races and fairies. I have blasted off into space and become a merman. I have been chased by greys, typical alien forms, through the woods at night. I have met Jesus and Buddha and the devil, and had been assured that they were all the same thing. Same thing as me. I have a very advanced, or some would say distorted way of perceiving energy. I have developed latent psychic abilities, read minds, and I think I've even experienced telekinesis, remote viewing, astral travel and advanced dream work from my ingestion of these different substances. I fully believe that eventually I will learn how to fly or levitate while awake. So my point is that I have a large amount of experience, but I am not usually that disclosing about it. I don't consider myself an expert, but I am not afraid of what may lie beyond the doors of perception. I don't think I am invulnerable to experience, and I try to remain open, compassionate, and ready for the clues and signs that I am to receive. In short, if asked to ingest any psychotropic or hallucinogenic or consciousness-altering natural substance, I consider it an invitation to expand from my guides, and am usually eager to imbibe. My testimony this time is way different. Never in my wildest ideas could I have conjured an experience as volatile, frightening, out of control, and explosive. I was hanging out with my friend Corey, whom I had just met after he fixed my water tank, sharing a couple of well-deserved after-work beers on my lanai, or porch in Kealaqueka, Hawaii. Corey has a personality that definitely tends toward the esoteric and stoner, so I was surprised when he told me he couldn't smoke cannabis anymore. that it produced uncontrollable paranoia and delusion in him. Something that he related had developed after enjoying regular use of the sacrament for years previous. I was smoking a bowl of some high-grade cannabis sativa that I had grown, and I had also consumed 2 12-ounce bottles of pale ale. Our discussion turned to the use of other medicines, and I revealed some of my experiences. He expressed curiosity, and had a little fear about psilocybin and LSD, telling me he'd never experienced either one. He told me he was afraid of being in another visual world for such a duration of time. I assured him that it wasn't as disconcerting as all that, and was usually accompanied by such a powerful and pleasant body high that it was possible to stay grounded and meditate through the experience. He seemed interested and maybe a little impressed that I was able to offer insight into such a topic. Being a pleasant evening, we continued our discussion and talked about coca and yaga, ayahuasca and peyote, extolling the virtues and dangers of each. I shared the scant experience I had with some of these medicines. Being the thorough guys we kept talking for maybe an hour, and really built a trust and connection in a short time span. I was very stoned and a little buzzed, and our talk seemed imbued with importance, and like one of those things that happened. The next thing I know, Corey asked me quietly, "Hey bro, ever tried Salvia divinorum, Divinus Sage?" I told him I had smoked it on one occasion and found the effects to be somewhat lucid and euphoric, yet subtle. I'd known a friend several years previous who had cultivated a large bunch of the stuff from equipment he'd ordered from a company in Sebastopol, Canada. We had harvested and dried several leaves, did a little research on the Mazatecs and their process, read a few things on this website, and then determined that the best way to proceed would be to load as large a bowl as possible in a water pipe, and circle breathe it repetitively into our lungs until we felt some effect. Upon taking my turn, I had a pleasant, visual, short-term high period in which my senses were greatly enhanced. I became aware of the solidity of empty space, and saw vessels of air as if they were glass pockets, and for a brief moment, relaxed on a beach far away in another world under double moons. As the effect faded, I was left with the thought that my other self was fish's tail instead of legs. It was a clear visual memory that I hold to this day. When Corey asked me if I'd like to try, I was a little taken aback, but curious. As I said, I felt a sense of import and decided to proceed. I was in a comfortable place, my own home, had plenty of good music, low lighting, a nice cosy buzz, and was with my new friend. I figured the experience would go something like the one I stated before, but I was dead wrong. Dead wrong. Corey ran out to his truck and returned with a small blue glass vial with a screw-on lid, the kind for containing oils and essences. He let me hold it, and the outside of the glass felt oily, and I had the sensation in my teeth that whatever liquid it contained was powerless. I was also surprised because I had been expecting to see some dried leaves or plant matter of some kind. I asked him about this, and he told me that this was actually a salvia extract, or distillation made in the normal manner of processing herbs, and it was a 60x concentration. He told me it was definitely powerful and active, but like salvia in general, short-lived. I asked him how we would smoke a liquid, if it was in the same manner as a hash oil, or say on top of ganja, or maybe in a freebase pipe. He looked at me strangely, and handed the bottle to me again. "Not liquid, bro. Look again," he told me. I took a closer look, and saw that the vial actually contained what looked like innocuous bits of greenish, papery substance, not unlike green fish food flakes. Corey explained to me that the makers of this particular extract would distill pounds of the herb into a 60x concentration, and then soak raw dried leaves in the extract, dehydrate, and crush those leaves for the finished product. I was completely taken aback. It had been nearly 10 years since I'd heard of the stuff, and I had no idea such complicated and pure extracts were being offered. I have a basic understanding of making extracts and infusions of plants into hydrosols and oils, so I got the whole 60x thing. Corey next produced a small glass pipe from a cloth that was used exclusively for smoking the salvia. He carefully poured what looked like 1/3 to half of a gram of dried matting into a small bowl. He looked at me in the dim light and asked me if I'd like to go first. He offered to go first, but then recanted and said I seemed ready. I was a little nervous and asked him what I could expect. He looked at me strangely and said, "It's different for everyone, bro. I don't know. You did all that acid and stuff. Probably like that." Like I explained, I am not a novice, so I prepared my set and setting as best as I could, selecting some mellow roots reggae music and lighting some incense. I next closed my eyes with the bowl in my hand and prayed to the Mother Amos on earth, and the Indians who viewed the medicine for guidance and counsel. I asked in my intention to be shown the next phase of my development. I smiled at Corey and lifted the bowl to my lips. I lit it and began to inhale. The smoke was not as acrid as I imagined, and I was able to take a great deep draw. It burned readily and the vapours expanded in my chest in the first second or two. So, for the record, I am seriously starting to lose it a little bit as I recount this experience. It's been 3 days and I'm still not completely right. Let me not digress. I believe telling this story now. As I held in the drawer, I experienced a familiar clacking in my ears that sounded like a rattlesnake on a water drum. I have heard it many times when using DMT or LSD. This is all in the first maybe second and a half. The next thing I experienced was hearing Corey tell me, "Hold it in as long as you can, bro. Longer than a Gandhi draw." And I glanced at him and he seems to be leering at me, like he's waiting for something to happen. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe the smoke out, but I realise I can hold my breath indefinitely and don't even need to exhale.
Are you a restaurant owner? Protect your business with Next Insurance. Next flexes with your restaurant seasonality so you can save big and go easy on your cash flow. And that's just the appetizer. Next covers over 300,000 businesses like you with a 4.8 rating on Google.
As I squeeze my eyes shut, I see something like an engine made of a Mobius strip or infinity symbols of particles of light in 2 or 3 phases, laying one atop the other, each of them rotating in different directions. I have just enough time to think to myself, "My, that's pretty," and then I exhale. As I exhale the smoke, time stretches and I see the vapour peel away from me in a tunnel of rotating colour. This all happened, I would guess, within the count of 3, so even though describing in detail takes effort, there was no substance or time in the experience to really appreciate it. At that point, something terrible happened. Something so disconcerting and frightening that I am beside myself with paranoia and fear that it may occur again, without warning. Instantly, without any warning or change in my position, without any preparation whatsoever, my entire being exploded into a fragment of forces. There was no more me, there was no room, no existence, no identity, no island, no planet, no values, no opinions, no power. Just tight, grinding, terribly painful forces that trembled through my body and tore me to physical pieces. I watched in horror as all of my bodily fluids splashed onto the surface, and my organs went catapulting away from me. My fingers and toes stretched for miles to various points of infinity, which were overlaid and constructed with rainbow eyes and toothy smiles, and distorted, wizened faces, all leering at me and teasing me. I was completely offended, in utter annihilating vertigo, with no container to hold my energy, as my being flowed out and into many parallel worlds. I will tell you plainly, this was not a pleasant experience. I was utterly in pain and terrified. I felt abandoned, distant, trapped, kidnapped, raped, let down, and utterly imprisoned forever by this group of leering faces that surrounded my perception. As it continued, there was a terrible rushing of water and a huge pressure in my middle. All of this is very strange, because while I experienced all of this pushing and pulling and distortion, it was mostly in the light realm, but my physical being had ceased to exist. I was so terrified, I didn't know what to do. The colours and sensations that surrounded me were gnashing and violent and ripping. My mind was in a terrible clutch, and I was sure I had been kidnapped by some alien race for their experiments, and that they had trapped my mind in a jar or an energy prison, and then desiccated and cut up my mortal remains in front of me. I just knew Corey had been sent by me by the government or some kind of drug assassin or agent to bend me into a place of total submission. I had no power, no senses, no sight, no physical body, no home, no music, no furniture. Absolutely everything about my values, ideas about God, religion, my history, had all been violently ended and eliminated in 1 second. I was completely paralysed and utterly helpless. As I took this all in, I realised that I was surrounded by several voices which were all having great fun at my expense, and not only leering, but teasing me for my discomfort, and then being patronising and falsely comforting. These voices sounded seriously distorted and distant, yet clear, and they had the quality of what I can best describe as a lounge singer or a radio DJ. I think I make that association because they were attempting to be warm and familiar, even though they were cold and alien. They kept saying,
"Hey buddy, how's it going, buddy? How you doing now, buddy? Oh, you stuck, buddy? How'd that happen, dude?"
And then they would repeat that like in different keys and tempos in time, with the grinding oscillations of light which surrounded me, until I thought I would shriek in agony at them. Around this point I began to have waves of sobbing and grief wash over me, as I realised I had done some utterly stupid thing and would never live to see my son again. I experienced him being a man without his father, and having to live with the stigma that I had mysteriously disappeared, presumed killed. As this thought occurred to me, I realised I had to fight what was happening if I could. This new idea gave me energy, and as I thought it, I screamed out to myself, apparently at the top of my lungs, "I will not accept this," and pushed my hand down hard onto my glass coffee table, snapping the top in two. At that point I screamed out, "Table!" and it popped into view, except spinning and upside down. I struggled to wrestle the coffee table off the ceiling and then screamed out, "Floor!" As I did that, the floor spun into view, and the pattern in the carpet resolved out of all the energy surrounding me. I was slowly coming into some form then, and realised I could make a new body from all the cosmic goo which surrounded me. I screamed, "Arm!" then "Feet!" and watched as nimble, strangely thin limbs popped into view. At that point the voices really started mocking me. This is what they said in their harmony of Casey Kasem voices. "Oh, poor baby. Baby needs a body." What?
"I thought you knew, baby. There is no body. There is no you. I am we. Remember, you read all about it, baby. Poor baby. He needs a hand. Baby needs a foot too."
And again, over and over again, ad nauseum in different pitches and escalating chunks of broken tones like crickets, cascading waves of sound and inquiry and patronising pity. I was enraged at their indifference and determined to walk out of their prison. So I screamed, "Yes, I need my body," and began to stomp away from their leering circle. By the way, what I screamed had been extrapolated and paraphrased somewhat through a combination of my own memory and Corey's testimony. As I stomped away, each footfall became slightly more solid, and I was treated to a horrific sight. I was lurching along stubs, dragging my own entrails in my arms, struggling mightily like walking in a pool. As I tried to look around the room, my eye sockets burst into blood, popping out the lenses of my glasses which glittered and fell into the abyss below my feet as the frames melted off my face. At this point I was popping in and out of my body, and treated to alternate flashes of grinding hollow fountain and drain prison of light prisms, or my rotting, broken corpse dissolving and falling apart like steamed meat. The next thing I know, I found myself standing weaving back and forth, breathing with great effort as tons and tons of filaments or fibres of light are streaming off my body like rainbow fur. I can barely see and barely breathe, but I am conscious, somewhat, of a physical room that I'm in. Next I see Corey sitting in his chair, looking at me slack-jawed. I know that he is the agent who tried to destroy me, and he is in for it. I rush through the sands of resistance and pick him up bodily out of his chair, pushing him back up against the railing of the porch. I scream at him at the very top of my lungs in an underrating shriek. What the fuck was that, man? What the fuck, man? What the fuck was that, man? What the fuck did you give me, you fucking asshole? What the fuck was that? Over and over like a glossolalia or turrets, and shaking, I began to use one of my newfound arms to sock him in the face and neck over and over, accusing him in a scream of trying to imprison and kill me. Meanwhile, he's fending off my blows and hiding all the bottles. He's afraid I'm going to smash one over his head, and telling me in a wildly distorted, drawn-out, echoey voice that resounded around me like a tin-bell drum. Yo, bro, just salvia. Remember, man, you did it before. This is a little stronger, but just salvia, man. Just salvia. And then his voice fractures like tittering glass, and I fall face down into one of the poles on my porch, smacking my nose hard enough to see stars. I began to scream that if and when the ride ends, the killer's demand. And I grab onto the pole with my arms and legs and scurry up it until I'm hugging it with all my might. As this is going on, the entire universe is flowing by like sand, and I'm being tossed on a turbulent sea of yawning, titanic opposing forces, being buffeted and slammed by something large, like the house is trying to shake me off.
All right, let's do this roll call. It's freezing up here. Blase, where you at, Blase?
It's Blaze!
Okay, so that's how it's gonna be.
Blaze?
At that point, I pop back out and see my pitiful body clinging to the railing. My face is totally hamburger with exploded bloody eyes and no lips, and the back of my head is open from a disgusting impact. I am weeping and even piss myself over. Then pow, back in my body again with its luminous skin and coloured hair. Then out, then in, and out again, and in. I beg for someone to help me, screaming for anyone at the top of my lungs to please come and help me. I'm being killed. He's got me. Help me. Right about then, Corey comes up and looks at me. He asks me if I'm feeling better, and I bite my lips so hard it's fat the next day. I shake my head. I'm seconds away from screaming, and I beg him to hug me and take me inside, which he does. Next I find myself dissolving and becoming solid and wave as I step on the couch. Each step is like molten lead, and I am relieved to sit down. I see a beer in front of me and grab it greedily, pouring the whole thing down my throat in 5 seconds. Except that a large portion runs out a hole in my throat, soaks my collar and chest. Mind you, this wasn't out my mouth. I actually sensed it swallow and then flow out of my trachea onto my shirt. I am shaking and mortally frightened, and keep lapsing into pacing, scurrying and weeping fits for over 2 hours, stammering and gibbering like a lunatic, and turning on every light in the house. I am full of energy and accusations at Corey, and I seek to investigate his import and why he came to me. For over 3 hours, my vision is so horribly distorted that all solid matter seems to ooze out of the sea of math from which I have just emerged. I keep going in circles of babbling terror, and stretch my brow and forehead with my fingers. I probe at my eyeballs painfully, and tear deep scratches in my elbows and ankles as I am trying to pull off the rainbow fluff that coats my body. I guess a little after that, my next door neighbour came over, armed and ready to beat the shit out of whoever was cutting my legs off, but I don't really recall his visit. Of course, I failed to sleep at all that evening, laying awake and conversing with dead relatives, myself, distant family, and finally, after a long restless night, work up the courage to Google what I had just smoked. That was a learning experience. It is now 72 hours later and I am still barely here. I feel like a ghost, like some important part of me was left missing. I have no values anymore, see no distinction between any energies other than how they fit into the fountain and drain construct. Driving a car, seeing at night, paranoia, continuous whispering in my head. If it continues for another day or two, I might have had a psychotic break. I remain deeply frightened and deeply impaired from this experience. Food has become innocuous and seemingly unnecessary. All matter has become what it is, loosely bound quantum shit that blinks in and out at will. All of my deepest fears, woes and ideations about the valueless and unconstrained nature of the universe have been answered. I know what happens when we die. I know how to make a new life. I feel as if I can attract anything. One positive thing to note, this experience seems to have introduced a couple of new qualities to my character. It seems I am having less trouble examining myself for fault and doing insight and critical thought about how to improve myself, for myself. And my musical ability seems strangely enhanced. A new sense of fractioning harmonies and singing has come to me on both the hand drum and the ukulele. I could probably write about this account for decades, but I will stop here. I just hope no children ever get their hands on this thing, or if they do, that they are star babies already. Enough
This is an interview that I have been very excited to release. It's sort of a prime example, I think, of what interesting stories can emerge from the smallest. This was somebody who actually wrote comments on a YouTube video that I released. Synthesized large quantities of MDA using Rainy Nickel. And it was a weird enough reference that I thought I should reach out to that guy and see what's going on. Let the virus flow through you. And we started talking on the phone, and it was my legit get a story that illuminated aspects of the history of MDMA and MDA, as well as the history of clandestine chemistry that I was previously unaware of. So this is a great example of where a little bit of curiosity can lead you. I often see that when I release a video, the person is real. For example, in the interview with Mike Roberts, there was a comment from someone saying, well, wait a second, this guy says that he's deaf, yet he mentions listening to music. I think he's a liar. Right? Of course, the reality is that he's deaf in the sense that he's hearing impaired, but not deaf in the sense that he is absolutely without auditory perception. Don't fail me. Simple explanation there. And of course, I was talking to this gentleman whose story is also extraordinary. Is this true? Is this bullshit? How can I tell the difference? Well, first of all, this is someone who very modestly is the first to acknowledge that he is not a trained chemist. In fact, throughout the interview, he points out that he doesn't consider himself a chemist at all. And yet, he is a non-chemist of synthesis of psychoactive drugs. And for anybody listening to this who does understand the chemistry, they will quickly realize that virtually everything he says makes synthetic sense. He was making MDA via isomerization of saffron. They would then oxidize the saffron to MVP2P and conduct a reductive amination using ammonium acetate as the nitrogen source and high-pressure catalytic hydrogenation of the imine. Fascinating stuff. The only aspect of the synthesis that is truly unusual is his claim that they were oxidizing the isosafrole using a combination of nitric acid and hydrogen peroxide. For For those of you that are familiar with clandestine MDMA synthesis, or MDA synthesis for that matter, you might know that it's common to use per-acids as oxidizing agents. The most common is performic acid. This is what is demonstrated in the Steve Gill episode of Pharmacopoeia. People also use per-acetic acid, although it's slower, as this gentleman points out in the interview. I have never heard of anybody using nitric acid and hydrogen peroxide. It seems like it could hypothetically work. You might use basically the per-acid equivalent of nitric acid, and maybe that could act as an oxidizing agent. I actually wanted to quickly test this just to see if it worked at all before releasing the podcast, but I haven't had the opportunity to do it. So if anybody has thoughts on the viability of a nitric acid hydrogen peroxide oxidation of a phenylpropene, please let me know. It should go without saying that I don't encourage you to attempt something like that if you don't know what you're doing. It's potentially very dangerous, could be explosive. It's a really bad idea on any kind of scale. So I'm just throwing that out there for any chemists who, like me, are a little bit curious about whether or not something like that could work. So in this story, this gentleman, whose name I won't even get into, I don't know his name, I don't really understand what the name is of the chemist that he was working with, but he meets a Prussian chemist previously employed by Monsanto, who decided to dedicate his life to synthesizing psychedelics. It sort of sounds like Alexander Shulgin, but a clandestine version of Alexander Shulgin. Somebody who is in industry decides to leave industry and dedicate themselves to the good fun that is creating new psychedelics. And in this clandestine lab, they make at least one synthetic cannabinoid, tryptamines, phenethylamines, and primarily immense quantities of MDA. According to this man, they were making 200 kilos of MDA each week at a lab in San Diego in the 1980s. That's a huge amount. Has anything been published about this previously? I don't know. If you're able to dig something up, please let me know. There are a number of details woven throughout this story that might make it easy to dig something up. One of the most interesting things about this, aside from the scale and the scope and the weirdness, and of course the unusual oxidizing agent and the use of rainy nickel, is that they were producing enantiopure RMDA. For those of you that don't know, many psychoactive molecules have what are called chiral centers. And if you have one chiral center, you typically will get something called enantiomers. If you have two, you get diastereomers, and there's all sorts of other complicated variations on this theme. But what's interesting about psychedelic phenethylamines is that you have a somewhat well-defined pharmacological distinction between these two enantiomers. Sometimes it's the case that one enantiomer is active and the other is inactive. Sometimes both enantiomers do roughly the same thing. But in the case of psychedelic amphetamines, what you get is an S enantiomer that seems to have a predominantly stimulant effect, and an R enantiomer has a predominantly psychedelic effect. So if you take RDOM, for example, that is the active enantiomer. If you take RMDA, you get a pretty potently psychedelic compound. So this is a really interesting idea. And the way that you typically resolve enantiomers, there's a lot of different ways to do it, and it's typically very annoying. In fact, when people talk about chemistry being an art instead of a science, crystallization is usually the first thing that they reference when they're discussing the art of chemistry. There's a lot of black magic, a lot of incantation and weirdness and confusion that goes into the crystallization of substance. Sometimes it works beautifully, sometimes it doesn't work at all, and often nobody has the time or patience to figure out exactly why, which is why it starts to feel like an art. You're not really explaining it, you're just saying, all right, I don't know exactly why DMT doesn't tend to form hydrochloride salts very well, but there's something about it. Maybe it's more polar, who knows, right? You kind of just wave your hand, and maybe one day someone will dedicate a scientific publication to dissecting the exact reason for this phenomenon, but for the most part, nobody has time to really figure it out. One of the most common ways of producing an enantiopure material is to take a racemic material, that is a mixture of two enantiomers, and to react it with an enantiopure acid. So if you have a racemic base and an enantiopure acid, there will be the preferential formation of a enantiopure salt, which will have a different solubility, allowing the undesirable enantiomer to be extracted from the solution either via chemical extraction or decantation or a number of different methods. There aren't, as far as I know, hard rules as to what base will crystallize with what acid. For example, I think you can use D-tartaric acid with L-amphetamine, right? So you have different stereochemical orientations of the acid and the base forming an enantiopure salt. I don't think that's always the case. And on top of that, sometimes people use all sorts of different sterically hindered acids or monosodium salts of dicarboxylic acids. It's really quite complicated and probably beyond the scope of this discussion. But the basic idea here is that they were taking racemic MDA base, reacting it with what I assume was D-tartaric acid, and crystallizing to produce enantiopure R-MDA. And as I understand it, they would decant off the supernatant, which contained the undesirable S-MDA, and repeat this crystallization over and over again until they had enantiopure, or at the very least, enantio-enriched MDA. And he thought this stuff was the bee's knees. He really liked it. Now, this is a conversation that's full of weirdness and mystery. I'm curious what listeners will think of this. It's a prime example of why I love doing these sorts of interviews. The question of, is this real? Could this synthetic process really work? When did this happen? Who are these people? What are their motivations? I love this story, and I love that the mystery is still unfolding. As a final note, the Prussian chemist referred to as Ben in this interview is someone that I very much wanted to interview directly. And at the time that I first started talking to the gentleman in this interview, I said, please put me in touch with the chemist Ben. I need to talk to him about some of this. And he asked Ben if I could speak with him, and Ben said no. Not long after, Ben died. And I am shocked by how many times this has happened to me. People who say, you know, are you kidding me? Talk about this? I don't want to go to prison. Well, eventually all of us are going to die. And a life's work can be lost very easily. Whatever Ben was doing, whatever the synthetic cannabinoid that he made was, whatever novel tryptamines he may or may not have made, whatever interesting synthetic insights he may have had, all that remains of them are in this interview. Otherwise, his work is gone. There's nowhere to find it. And that's tragic to me. I hate the idea of somebody spending their life doing this sort of research in an underground lab and then it all disappearing because they're afraid to tell anyone about it. It's happened to me again and again. People are uncomfortable. The reasons are valid. I get it. But the information gets lost because of their fear. So I think that we should also be grateful that this person is even willing to say some of the things they said. Because if they were silent as well, this entire story would have been lost. So here's the story, and I hope you enjoy it. Hello. This podcast is available unedited and ad-free at patreon.com/Hamilton Morris. Each month, I release 3 to 4 new podcasts, and it was Patreon exclusive until recently. Many people contacted me and said they wanted me to figure out a way to make it freely available, and so I decided to accept sponsorship from a few of my friends. One of them is David Rentlin, the founder of a company called Lucy Nicotine. They make nicotine gum, nicotine pouches, nicotine lozenges, some of which are made with synthetic nicotine, which I think is pretty cool. Now, if you don't already use nicotine, I recommend that you don't start. It's habit forming. But if you already do use nicotine products, and especially if you smoke tobacco cigarettes, I can say that this is a cleaner product. And it's also a product that I use personally. If you go to lucy.co and use the code Hamilton, you get 20% off your purchase.
Meanwhile, on Paramount Mountain.
All right, let's do this roll call. It's freezing up here. Blase, where you at, Blase?
It's Blaze.
Okay, so that's how it's gonna be.
Blaze?
So y'all wanna play, huh? Well, guess what? I'm not animated. I'm for real. Where is Big Naughty? Is Big Naughty up in here?
It's Nate?
Say your name right.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Say it right.
Naughty.
That's better. Be Louie.
Do you mean blue?
Okay. You wanna go to war? You prefer not to go to war? Me too. Ridiculous. K-Room?
It's Chrome.
Oh, is it? I got my eye on you. Dara.
Soy Dora!
Come on! Hey, Ron.
Here, Coach.
Thank you. Where's Bumbly Bay at? Is Bumbly Bay up in here?
Maybe we should start at the beginning.
That's usually a good place.
So tell me, how did you get interested in doing work with psychedelics?
How did I get interested? Well, I guess I was in Vietnam, and there was guys there who were doing acid, and I thought that was kind of unusual. I mean, I was smoking pot from the second day in Vietnam, and even though I promised my mother I wouldn't smoke marijuana, it got a hold of me on the second day.
Huh.
And so these guys were taking acid, and I would hear them talking about it, and I didn't think it was something that I wanted to take under the circumstances, because we were getting shot at quite a bit, and I was in this place called Benoit, and they were dropping in rockets and nonsense like that every 2 or 3 nights, and you'd wake up hearing these loud thumps, and if you look around in the hooch, everybody was gone. You know, they heard the hump before you, and they were all out in the sandbag bunker that was outside the hooch. And I know I ran out the first night when a really nasty rocket attack came, and it was coming right close by the hooch. I mean, we're talking 50, 75 feet away. Rockets were landing. And so I ran out. It was raining like nobody's business. I mean, it was in Vietnam, the rain came sideways and it stung. It was so hard. And I ran out the door, and it was raining, and the little sandbag shelter that was there that you would get in was, of course, flooded to the max at this point in time. And I heard these guys laughing in there. And so I walked down and got in, and when I did, they all turned around and they're like, "Oh, dude, want to drop some acid?" I'm like, "No, they're firing rockets at us. I think I'm good on that for now." And so they're just laughing like crazy, and I got to thinking to myself, after I came back from Vietnam, might not be a bad idea to try that. That LSD seemed like these guys seemed like it was the hottest thing since sunburn. You know, they were just laughing their asses off and having a good time. So
why do you think they were doing it? Do you think it was the stress of being in Vietnam? I mean, like you said, it seems like a terrible place to use LSD.
Yeah, I think it was stress. They were just, everybody wanted to get high. I mean, a lot of people were doing acid. They were doing heroin because all of it was available in Vietnam. I mean, you could go downtown to the village and buy whatever and get whatever kind of service you wanted while you were at it. It's just a crazy scenario. And nobody really knew what was going on. Nobody was really responsible for anything. And everything was like, whatever you can get away with and do is what you do. And like, for instance, if you would find yourself in a position where the local guy who was running the who does what, when you go out on patrol, sometimes he would affix you to the first position. You know, you're the lead guy on the patrol. So it means you're walking around in the jungle. You have no idea if you're going to be seen or shot at or whatever the case is. And so a lot of guys, if you get picked 2 or 3 times in a row, they would resort to this thing called fragging. And fragging was where they would, you know, grenades, they don't leave a rifling on the barrel or anything. And so if you get killed by a grenade, there's no way to tell where it came from, who did it, or whatever. And so these guys, after 3 or 4 times of being made the point man, they would take a grenade and roll it in the sergeant's tent. First time, you wouldn't take the pin out of it so that he would get the message, right? And then I guess after that, people were hardcore, and so they pull the pin and roll it out there. Anyway, that was a very negative situation.
I'm going to pause momentarily for an ad.
We got the Rectal Kratom guy right off camera right now. I mean, this is what you're telling me. I don't know if that's boofing Kratom. It's become a meme on the internet. This is a Kratom tea product. It's not intended for boofing. Even if the pH of the human rectum is between 7 and 8, and the pKa of metragenine is 8.1, that's just not really relevant here. This is a tea consumption in hot water. That's what it's for. That's what it should be used for. If you want this tea, you can get it at toptreeherbs.com.
Wherever today takes you, whatever tomorrow demands of you, you'll be prepared. Because for more than half a century, Walden University has been preparing for you.
Yeah, I can imagine. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, you know, at that time, psychedelics were intimately associated with the anti-war movement. And
they were. People brought acid from the States. Guys would catch orders for Vietnam, and they would bring a load of LSD and whatever along with them. And
but did it have that effect?
I never did understand the lure of taking anything that was going to affect your mind and then having somebody shoot at you at the same time. That never seemed like something that I wanted to partake of. I always thought, yeah, not for me, you know, it's not what I want to do. But anyway, I got back to the States, and I went and bought a 2+2 Mustang because I had money from mustering out money and like that. And so I was driving around, and I spotted this guy and this girl standing by the side of the road in Marin. And he had on a green pantsuit. It was, I'm talking green, you know, we're talking like one of those things that they use at football games to dress up people in that color, that fierceness of green. And he had a girl with him who was dressed in a probably 1890s dress, and he had hair down to the heels of his shoes. And they were hitchhiking. So I pulled over, and I said, "Where are you guys going?" They said, "Right, we're going to go to a party up in the Oakland Hills. And can you take us there?" And I said, "Maybe." So I pulled a joint out of my cup, because I always carried joints with me, because when I was in Vietnam, I was very careful to make I didn't know how I was going to get stashed when I came back to the States. And so you could buy these little Sanyo refrigerators, which you still can. But I would buy one of those and pack it full of Buddha sticks and tape it shut and pretty much go down to the company post office, because in those days, if you were on the combat line in Vietnam, your mail did not get looked at. Whatever it was you sent back in the mail, it went directly to who you were sending it to. No customs, no inspections, nothing like that. And so I started buying these Sanyo refrigerators quite regularly, and I ended up sending 29 of them to my mom, all packed. And when I got back, my mom was like, "Well, what's in those? You said there are dolls in there." And I said, "Yeah, I got a doll for you." And so I did have a few dolls, and I gave her one, and that quieted her down. It was a Vietnamese doll with a kimono kind of a rig on. And she kept all my refrigerators in the garage there until I came back, and then I picked them all up and brought them to the house. But anyway, we're driving in this car, and I looked at these guys, and I said, you guys smoke? And this guy says, yeah. He goes, hey, my name's Dandelion. What's yours? And I said, I'm John. And he's Dandelion. He looked like a dandelion. His yellow hair like nobody's business, hanging down to his shoes, this green pantsuit. So he looked like a big flower, you know. So anyway, they said, sure. So I passed them a couple of dubers, and they started smoking it. And after a few minutes, it was all quiet in the back seat in the car. And I turned around and looked, and I said, you guys okay? And he goes, hey, where did you get that? And second most important question, do you have any more?
Huh.
And I was like, yeah, I did. And I got it while I was in Vietnam. I brought it back with me. I brought some back. And he's like, hey, you want to go to this party with us up in the Oakland Hills? He goes, you got any more pot with you? And I said, yeah, I had a number 10 can that was full of joints that I had made. And I don't know, I was feeling more invulnerable in those days, because in those days you could be in Berkeley smoking a joint on a bench, and the cops would pull up and shoot you the peace sign and then drive away. So it wasn't as crazy and controlled like it is now. And so there I was with this pot, and these guys were smoking it, and we got to this party, and it was up on the side of a hill. It was a 3-story house, and the guy who lived on the top floor was named Bobo. He was a black guy, and he had on a leopard skin cape and a skull cap, and then 2 other guys were on the second and first floor, and these 3 guys decided to make this Bobo's birthday party, New Year's Eve, and Christmas party all in one. Huh. And so somebody, after I passed out a few of these joints, people were like, what the fuck, man? Where did you get that pot? And I was like, yeah, I got it in Vietnam. And the guy goes, really? He goes, you want to take some acid? You had acid? And I said, no, I haven't had it yet. And he goes, you haven't at all? And I said, no, not at all. And he's like, well, this guy had on a big bouffant shirt with the sleeves were all puffy and long hair, and his favorite saying was "Enchanté, brother," even though he wasn't French. But he gave me a orange sunshine, and at the time it was just a really small little orange-colored pill, and I took it, and I guess about a half hour went by, and he comes back by, and he goes, so what do you think so far? And I said, well, I'm a big guy, so I could probably use some more, because I'm not really feeling much of anything. And he goes, really? He goes, you want more? And I said, well, I mean, I would take another one. So he says, all right. He goes, here, try one of these. And he gives me a blue microdot and an orange wedge, which were popular ways to take acid in those days. And so he said, put them under your tongue. So I put them under my tongue, and I guess about 10 minutes went by, and I became nonverbal. And I was just like, I was just really zooming. And this guy, Bobo, came around with a tray full of tuna fish sandwiches, and he's like, he was from South Africa, and so he was like, do you like to have a tuna fish sandwich? And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So he gives me one, and then I start getting a lot more stoned. And then the sandwich became a thing in my hand, which I lost any idea of what to do about it or do with it. I certainly wasn't looking forward to eating it, and the juices were running down my elbow and dripping off on the floor. And this very nice girl came and sat beside me and took the sandwich away from me. I was so happy to see that sandwich go. Then she took me in the bathroom and washed me up, and she asked me some questions, but I was in the still, I guess some kind of verbal stuff was coming out, but it wasn't anything that made any sense. And she sort of latched on to me, and she was the in on the guys in Marin, the Brotherhood, because in those days, over in Marin, the Brotherhood of Light, these guys were, you could buy a gram of acid for, I forget what it was, maybe $4,400 for a gram. And you would, they would give it to you in a little bottle, and it was a crystal down in the bottom of the bottle, so you had to deal with it. And she wanted to get some, and then together us go to the Grateful Dead concert and sell the acid at the Dead concert. And I was like, well, okay, that could possibly work out. So then we buy the acid, and they give it to us, and then we go out the door, and I look at her, and I go, hey, this is 4,400 hits? And she said, yeah. She said, you have to put it on something, maybe some blotter or something like that. And so we went to the house and took a much stronger dose than I should have. And I was just really flying. And she was like, well, how are we going to put this together so that we can take it to the Dead concerts? And I got to thinking about it, and I said, well, we can't go buy a pill machine because the FBI will show up on our doorstep as soon as we try to buy one. And so I found a guy who worked at a cat food company, and they had a cat food stamping machine that looked a lot like a pill machine, except for it had these little crosses in the carved in the die that it would stamp out, and there would be this little cross of cat food. So I bought one of these machines off him, and I took the die down to San Francisco to San Francisco Dye and something way back when. I don't know if they're even still around. But I went in and I asked the guy, can you make a die like this except for have it look like a pill? And he grinned at me and he says, yeah, sure, why not? And so he made a set of dies, and we had a room in the house, and we would take the vial with the acid in it and very carefully mix it with some chocolate or something that we could hammer a pill into, and it would hold its shape, And so, we ended up buying like 10 or 15 grams, and I guess we were going to get into it in a big way right off the bat. And sure enough, we put it in cocoa chocolate and a few other things. And anyway, so that it would, a binder of some sort. I remember we had a hard time finding a binder, but we found a binder to put in with it. And the cat food stamping machine worked gloriously. It would stamp out pills like nobody's business. I mean, if you were the person who was in the room stamping the pills out, next day you're still quite fucked up. But it would make this perfect little pills, and we would take them to the thing. And then people at the place who saw it, other vendors, would say, how did you get it in such a perfect little format? And I said, well, we have a pill stamping machine. So that opened up a whole new arm of business. I mean, all these people were like, hey, can you make a bunch of tabs for me? And we're like, yeah, I suppose so, for, gratuity of sorts. We can work something out. And so I remember that Annie, this one chick, she said, hey, I'm going to take you over to the hog farm and introduce you to Ben. And I said, who's Ben? And she's like, I think he's got something that you might find really interesting. Because I was really into acid. I was like every other day tripping, Back then, acid was, you could trip every other day. It was clean and pure, and, it wasn't one of these things where you feel sorry the next day. It was just an amazing, immaculate thing. So anyway, she brought me over to this answering service, which shall go unnamed right now. And there was a bunch of people there, and she introduced me to this guy named Ben, who was talking to me about some of this stuff. And I was doing manipulation in those days because I was studying to be an osteopath. And so I worked on him a few times and increased his breath. He had a real breathing problem, and I increased his breath 100%. It took about 10 minutes. I learned how to do that in a very straightforward and good way. And after that, he was like, well, that was amazing. He goes, you fixed my breath. He goes, I've been suffering with that for like 10 years. He goes, you want to work for me? And I said, doing what? And he said, well, I make things, and I could hire you, and you could be one of my assistants. And I was like, we were all pretty stoned right then, so I was like, sure, why not? Then in the morning, he came and he's like, okay, grab your stuff and come with me. We're going to go down to the factory. And I was like, well, okay, why not? So we went down to the factory, and he showed me around, showed me all the stuff. Then he gave me a dose of this kind of MDA that, when you make the regular MDA, it's a race mix. It's two different things. And Ben was like, well, look, I'm going to show you something here. He goes, let us take a certain amount of it. We put it in a piece of glassware. And he poured in acetone. And you could see that it wasn't, really going right into solution. Some of it did. But he said, here, come here. And we went into this other room, and he had a microwave there that, in order to make it explosion-proof,
I fully believe that eventually I will learn how to fly. I ran all the way back to my...
It's everything you wished for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing. Until this happens. Be careful.
And we're back with some more philosophical musings. So today I'm going to be covering something that I want to talk about lots and lots in the future, which I don't feel gets enough credit to the profundity of, really, and that's dreams. I imagine many of you have had a dream before, and if not, well, you're missing out, to be honest. They're pretty mad. And recently my dreams have been the maddest I've ever experienced in my whole life. I'm not really sure what's triggering it, to be honest. Possibly the fact that I don't smoke weed at all anymore, really, and when I do, it's on the very odd occasion. Say I'll have like a few tokes on my mate's joint, and then that night I'll have the most crazy dreams ever, which is pretty mad considering that when I used to smoke weed chronically I'd have no dreams at all, because if anyone knows, it actually inhibits your REM sleep, which obviously can stop you from producing dreams and also can make you quite dopey, probably why it's called dope, to be fair. So for some reason lately I've had the most vivid, intricate, complex dreams I've ever had in my life, combining areas of every single part of my subconscious. My friends, people I've met on the street are appearing in my dreams, fictional characters, places that I desire to go to. Say like I'm planning to go to Japan at some point. I've been dreaming about living in Japan, weird futuristic cyberpunk version of it. And obviously dreams are the composition of dreams is a lot of things that are in your subconscious that manifest when you're in REM sleep. So it can be all this stuff even that you don't even realise you're thinking about, stuff that you push into the back of your head. A lot of your shadow can emerge in dreams. I think that's where a lot of nightmares come from. If there's something you're suppressing in your life and not acknowledging, it can manifest via a nightmare, and it can be a good way to figure out things that you need to work on in your life. It is hard to analyse dreams because they're so infinitely complex and disconnected and oftentimes paradoxical, but this is why having a dream journal is actually really effective. I've not started doing that yet, but I'm definitely going to get on it soon, because all my dreams are telling me some serious shit. One little kernel of truth that I've managed to take away from my dreams is that I am in dire need of a psychedelic trip. I've not actually had a profound experience since my Liberty Cap trip at Rosa Festival last year, which was just one of the most mind-bending, spiritually purifying trips I've ever embarked on. But ever since then, I've really... And obviously, dreams are... the composition of dreams is a lot of things that are in your subconscious that manifest when you're in REM sleep. So it can be all this stuff even that you don't even realise you're thinking about, stuff that you push into the back of your head. A lot of your shadow can emerge in dreams. I think that's where a lot of nightmares come from. If there's something you're suppressing in your life and not acknowledging, it can manifest via a nightmare, and it can be a good way to figure out things that you need to work on in your life. It is hard to analyse dreams because they're so infinitely complex and disconnected and oftentimes paradoxical, but this is why having a dream journal is actually really effective. I've not started doing that yet, but I'm definitely going to get on it soon, because all my dreams are telling me some serious shit. One little kernel of truth that I've managed to take away from my dreams is that I am in dire need of a psychedelic trip. I've not actually had a profound experience since my Liberty Cap trip at Rosa Festival last year, which was just one of the most mind-bending, spiritually purifying trips I've ever embarked on. But ever since then, I've really just not had the ability to do it or had access to the materials. But in one of my dreams recently, in I think like 3 or so, I had one a while ago, a few months ago, and it's still stuck with me to this day. And I was in a dream world. It was a bit like I was in Morrowind, to be fair. Sort of everything was sort of fungi in appearance, and I was in this like sort of vertical world, a bit like the trees in Avatar, where I think they lived in trees, didn't they? Sort of lived vertically on these like platforms. I can't remember Avatar. I can't remember any characters, but I remember some parts of it. And it was a bit like that. All this amazing like tropical vegetation, mushrooms everywhere, and in the dream, I was sort of lucid, half not. And I remember seeing an amanita mushroom in the dream, and I consumed it, and I actually awakened into the dream. It was one of the most insane things I've ever experienced in my life. So before that, I was sort of like half lucid, and then when I took the amanita in the dream and the effects started to come on, I literally insane dream. some parts of it. And it was a bit like that, all this amazing like tropical vegetation, mushrooms everywhere. And in the dream, I was sort of lucid, half not. And I remember seeing an amanita mushroom in the dream, and I consumed it, and I actually awakened into the dream. It was one of the most insane things I've ever experienced in my life. So before that, I was sort of like half lucid, and then when I took the amanita in the dream and the effects started to come on, I literally felt my dream body. I felt sort of the toxicity of the amanitas because I just completely ate this raw mushroom straight in front of me, didn't prepare it in any way, went through that weird sort of purging experience, and then literally started tripping in the dream and having fractals, kaleidoscopes, feelings of interconnectivity, and just the whole shebang that comes with taking mushrooms or a psychedelic. And it was absolutely insane. I was completely aware. It was probably the deepest lucid dreaming experience I've ever had. I was completely aware of what was going on, and that I'd taken a mushroom to awaken. I'd used the mechanics of the dream to awaken myself within it, and I had possibly some of the most intricate awakening experiences that I've ever had to sort of source, God, the universe, inside the dream itself. Because I guess in the dream world there are no limits, are there? There's no materialistic limits at all, so it sort of means the floodgates can open and you can have these profound realizations that maybe your ego is suppressing when you have a trip. But since there was no ego and I was just consciousness, it was like I'd amplified that by taking a dream version of a psychedelic, and this just blew my mind. I've heard of some people doing this before, where people, big time trippers, have taken psychedelics in the dreams, because I've noticed that a lot of people who are into consciousness work, that their dreams can be amplified big time from taking psychedelics over the years, because at the end of the day it is amplifying your consciousness, elevating it to higher states. So it would make sense to me that would go hand in hand with your dreams becoming deeper and more sensical in a sense, even though everything around me was nonsensical, like the geometry and the geography of the place I was in, and the narrative as well was also all over the place. But the main facet of it was that I was having a genuine psychedelic experience as my dream character, and I remember waking up the next day feeling completely refreshed, like I have every time I've taken mushrooms. I've never actually taken amanita, so obviously my subconscious just used the amanita appearance and then supplemented it with the experience of taking normal mushrooms. This is just me speculating big time, by the way. I have no idea how the mechanics of taking psychedelics in a dream works. I just think this was an interesting thing to talk about, and it really just opened up a whole new realm of possibilities for me regarding dreams and how they can be used for personal development. And I've started to take them a lot more seriously now that they're getting majorly vivid. The past few nights I've had insanely vivid dreams. Like last night I had a dream with all my mates at a festival. We were all talking about stuff going on in our lives, what we want to do. I'm currently planning on travelling Japan this year, and obviously that's been at the tip of my mind a lot of the time, because I'm absolutely gagging to go over there and always have done. So obviously that spills over into my dreams, and I've been having these insane dreams of me being sort of some Blade Runner type person living in cyberpunk Japan with, again, impossible geometry thrown into the mix. Just completely mind-bending stuff, because again, like I say, for many years when I was a chronic weed smoker, if I had a dream it was just pretty stitched together, meaningless, couldn't remember any of it the next day. And now that I don't smoke weed barely at all, my dreams have just been intensely exaggerated to the point of them feeling like genuinely real dimensions of experience that consciousness can explore. I know that obviously many people say that when they take psychedelics and break through, they become they feel like they're in a lucid dream world. I've definitely had that on my mystical ego death experiences, where I feel like it's just consciousness generating a dream. And to actually experience that, rather than think of it conceptually, is just utterly mind-blowing. I'd thought about it a lot before actually having that amanita experience in the dream, about, what would it be like to take a psychedelic in dreams, because surely anything's possible in your dreams. And then after ruminating on that thought for days, and it sort of being the focal point of my mind, no wonder when I had a lucid dream experience that I decided to take the Amanita in it, because this is what my consciousness wants. And then obviously it ties in with my normal reality. I've been dying to get back into psychedelics again. Because to be honest, I've been having a lot of sort of ego problems, morbid thoughts, and etc. Which I don't know. Most of the time, I can just bring myself into the awareness state where I'm like, "Oh, I am awareness, not the thoughts, etc." And I'm usually pretty all right, to be fair. Even though I still do get like anxiety and depression, usually the day after or within the moment, if I hone my mind into it and meditate, I can actually relinquish it. But I feel like I sort of need to supplement it with a psychedelic experience to really heighten my consciousness in a concrete manner, and in such a profound manner that the way that psychedelics can do. Because obviously meditation is extremely powerful, but psychedelics really are a shortcut to heightened states of consciousness, as we all know. And yeah, I thought it was really interesting how my dream was trying to tell me that this is something that I desire and that I actually need it to develop myself further. Because obviously I was rigorous in my psychedelic use for many years, and then when it started getting insane with all these mystical transcendent experiences, my ego definitely went into backlash mode and sort of tried to tether me back to reality, because again, that's what the ego does. It needs to survive, doesn't it? It's a survival mechanism of it, and that's why ego deaths are so painful for a lot of people who've got a lot of baggage going on. I mean, everyone's got a lot of baggage. I've got a lot of baggage. No matter, even if you think you haven't, you definitely have, because it's just the human experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, just a little ramble about dreams. I definitely would suggest getting a dream journal if you have vivid dreams as well, and sort of trying to tie the dots together. Even if there are no dots to be tied together, just even chronicling what happens to you is absolutely fascinating. And I feel like the more you train yourself to do that, the better you'll get at remembering dreams, and it also allows you to harness the ability to access a lucid dream better as well, from what I've read. I think another reason I've had a lot of dreams lately is because I do find myself waking up in the middle of the night, sort of on the cusp of REM sleep, and then when I go back to sleep, it's sort of like my consciousness is awake and my body's completely tired, and then I sort of go into that sleep paralysis mode and get them weird sort of like fucking banshee demon screams and seeing people in my room, all the freaky shit. But then when I let go, I completely go into this lucid state, and the dreams become extremely vivid and detailed and have sort of a narrative to them, rather than scattered dreams you have when you're younger, where it's just like random bits of images and visuals and experiences. But now they're actually having this form of cohesion now, which is pretty insane. It also sort of freaks me out in a sense, in the best way. Before I go to sleep, I'm like, oh my god, what am I going to experience tonight? Even if it's a nightmare, sometimes I am blessed to even experience them, because oftentimes, as twisted as they can get, there always is some aspect of truth that can be incorporated into your life. At least personally for me. Obviously I know it's not going to be like that for everyone. This is just how it is for me. But yeah, I would love to hear what dreams you have, and if you've had any weird awakening experiences via taking psychedelics in your dreams, or just any strange lucid dreaming experiences you've had, because they're all just incredibly fascinating, aren't they? Going to be featuring a lot more dream reports in the future, and if you've got any, definitely send them in, because that's another aspect of the mystical psychedelic experience that I don't think is talked about a lot, because dreams are definitely tied in with reality and infinite consciousness, source, God, etc. Gonna get seriously into this later in the year when we talk about more philosophical stuff like what is God, what is the universe, what is source, is reality a dream, blah blah blah. And a lot of the time, the psychedelic experiences that I share on this channel actually do shine a lot of light on the dream. It was just pretty stitched together, meaningless, and be amplified big time from taking psychedelics over the years, because at the end of the day, it is amplifying your consciousness, elevating it in higher states. So it would make sense to me that would go hand in hand with your dreams becoming deeper and more sensical in a sense, even though everything around it was more sensical, like the geometry and the geography of the place I was in, and the narrative as well was also all over the place. But the main facet of it was that I was having a genuine psychedelic experience as my dream character, and I remember waking up the next day feeling completely refreshed, like I have every time I've taking mushrooms. I've never actually taken Amanita, so obviously my subconscious just used the Amanita appearance and then supplemented it with the experience of taking normal mushrooms. This is just me speculating big time, by the way. I have no idea how the mechanics of taking psychedelics in a dream work. I just think this was an interesting thing to talk about. And it really just opened up a whole new realm of possibilities for me regarding dreams and how they can be used for personal development. And I've started to take them a lot more seriously now that they're getting majorly vivid. The past few nights I've had insanely vivid dreams. Like last night I had a dream with all my mates at a festival. We were all talking about stuff going on in our lives, what we want to do. I'm currently planning on travelling Japan this year, and obviously that's been at the tip of my mind a lot of the time because I'm absolutely gagging to go over there and always have done. So obviously that spills over into my dreams, and I've been having these insane dreams of me being sort of some Blade Runner type person living in cyberpunk Japan with, again, impossible geometry thrown into the mix. Just completely mind-bending stuff because, again, like I say, for many years when I was a chronic weed smoker, if I had a dream it was just pretty stitched together, meaningless. Couldn't remember any of it the next day. And now that I don't smoke weed barely at all, my dreams have just been intensely exaggerated to the point of them feeling like genuinely real dimensions of experience that consciousness can explore. I know that obviously many people say that when they take psychedelics and break through, they become sort of, I feel like they're in a lucid dream world. I've definitely had that on my mystical ego death experiences where I feel like it's just consciousness generating a dream. And to actually experience that rather than think of it conceptually is just utterly mind-blowing. I've thought about it a lot before actually having that Amanita experience in the dream, like, oh, what would it be like to take a psychedelic in dreams, because surely anything's possible in your dreams. And then after ruminating on that thought for days and it sort of being the focal point of my mind, no wonder when I had a lucid dream experience that I decided to take the Amanita in it, because this is what my consciousness wants. And then obviously it ties in with my normal reality. I've been dying to get back into psychedelics again. Because to be honest, I've been having a lot of sort of ego problems, morbid thoughts, and etc. Which I don't know. Most of the time, I can just bring myself into the awareness state where I'm like, oh, I am awareness, not the thoughts, etc. And I'm usually pretty all right, to be fair. Even though I still do get like anxiety and depression, usually the day after or within the moment, if I hone my mind into it and meditate, I can actually relinquish it. But I feel like I sort of need to supplement it with a psychedelic experience to really heighten my consciousness in a concrete manner, in such a profound manner that the way that psychedelics can do. Because obviously meditation is extremely powerful, but psychedelics really are a shortcut to heightened states of consciousness, as we all know. And yeah, I thought it was really interesting how my dream was trying to tell me that this is something that I desire and that I actually need it to develop myself further, because obviously I was rigorous in my psychedelic use for many years, and then when it started getting insane with all these mystical transcendent experiences, my ego definitely went into backlash mode and sort of tried to tether me back to reality, because again, that's what the ego does. It needs to survive. It's a survival mechanism of it, and that's why ego deaths are so painful for a lot of people who've got a lot of baggage going on. I mean, everyone's got a lot of baggage. I've got a lot of baggage. No matter, even if you think you haven't, you definitely have. It's just the human experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, just a little ramble about dreams. I definitely would suggest getting a dream journal if you have vivid dreams as well, and sort of trying to tie the dots together. Even if there are no dots to be tied together, just even chronicling what happens to you is absolutely fascinating. And I feel like the more you train yourself to do that, the better you'll get at remembering dreams. And it also allows you to harness the ability to access a lucid dream better as well, from what I've read. I think another reason I've had a lot of dreams lately is because I do find myself waking up in the middle of the night, sort of on the cusp of REM sleep, and then when I go back to sleep, it's sort of like my consciousness is awake and my body's completely tired, and then I sort of go into that sleep paralysis mode and get them weird sort of like fucking banshee demon screams and seeing people in my room, all the freaky shit. But then when I let go, I completely go into this lucid state, and the dreams become extremely vivid and detailed, and have sort of a narrative to them rather than scattered dreams you have when you're younger, where it's just like random bits of images and visuals and experiences. But now they're actually having this sort of form of cohesion now, which is pretty insane. It also sort of freaks me out in a sense, in the best way. Before I go to sleep, I'm like, oh my god, what am I going to experience tonight? Even if it's a nightmare, sometimes I am blessed to even experience them, because oftentimes, as twisted as they can get, there always is some aspect of truth that can be incorporated into life. At least personally for me, obviously I know it's not going to be like that for everyone. This is just how it is for me. But yeah, I would love to hear what dreams you have, and if you've had any weird awakening experiences via taking psychedelics in your dreams, or just any strange lucid dreaming experiences you've had, because they're all just incredibly fascinating, aren't they? Going to be featuring a lot more dream reports in the future, and if you've got any, definitely send them in, because that's another aspect of the mystical psychedelic experience that I don't think is talked about a lot, because dreams are definitely tied in with reality and infinite consciousness, source, God, etc. Gonna get seriously into this later in the year when we talk about more philosophical stuff like what is God, what is the universe, what is source, is reality a dream, blah blah blah. And a lot of the time the psychedelic experiences that I share on this channel actually do shine a lot of light on the absolute truth of what is going on. So yeah, we'll leave the juicy bits for another time, and I hope you enjoyed this video, and if not, then I'll see you in the nightmares.
My goals with the company are to have a brick and mortar in West Hollywood.
Welcome to Hobby Meets Hustle, the show that pairs young professionals with experts to help them turn their passion into profit.
Yes!
Meet Suni Reed, a 27-year-old entertainer turned coffee connoisseur. Suni will hear advice from our panel of experts: Nikki, TurboTax expert; Brittany, financial expert; and Ashley, side hustle consultant.
Just the machinery alone is really, really expensive. The space presented itself tomorrow. Do you think you're ready for that?
I have the equipment, I have the recipes and the menu. I would like to have a team. I couldn't run a coffee shop by myself.
They'll then select one expert to be their mentor. Who will Suni pick?
Wait.
Find out now on Hobby Meets Hustle.
I'm Suni Jade Reed. My pronouns are they, she, and I'm the founder of Auntie's Coffee, a coffee.
"7 grams, alone in a cabin. A mushroom trip report sent in by a subscriber. I'm pretty experienced in psychedelics, having over a decade of trip experience. I had other heavy trips before, including a 7-gram mushroom trip, which was my second ever experience, and dropping 20 tabs of acid in one sitting, both in silent darkness. My 7-gram trip was during my senior year of high school on a Thursday. I don't remember the exact day, but it was during spring. While having those trips did prepare me for some of the craziest stuff, nothing could have prepared me for the suffering I felt with this one. This trip was the most intense experience to date. Listening to Terence McKenna was what initially got me into psychedelics, and I do like his high-dose, infrequent trips approach. After my 7-gram trip, it was always a life goal of mine to do another high-dose mushroom trip, but completely alone in a cabin in the woods. Some years after the initial 7-gram trip, I would trip pretty consistently, at least once a month for about 2 years, but on lower doses. I used it as a crutch because every time I had to make a major life decision, I would rely on the knowledge I would get from the trips. In one of my later experiences, the mushrooms told me I won't be given access back to that realm until I get my life in order by myself. There were a couple of requirements I would need to have passed, and until I did, I wouldn't be able to go back. I even tried taking mushrooms a couple times after that, and while I did feel the effects of the drug, the warm magic of the mushrooms was nowhere to be found. So it's been 5 years since my last trip, and over 10 years since my 7-gram trip, and I was content waiting with no rush or desire to go back there. However, there was a problem. Ultimately, I knew that regardless of what path I took in life, all paths would end up in the same place, and that place was taking 7 grams of mushrooms alone in a cabin in the woods during silent darkness. To those that have taken mushrooms before, you know that it calls to you. Something just draws your soul towards it. To those that haven't, the best way I could describe it is it just starts as a simple thought out of the blue. It's been a while since I've done mushrooms, now might be the perfect time. Then that thought goes away for a while, until it comes back a little bit stronger. Then, both the frequency and the intensity of that thought increases until it's resonating in your brain, an echo that can only be let out once you've had your trip. For many years, I didn't get the calling and wasn't even planning it, but I felt as if I was just summoned. The calling. As I mentioned, I knew at one point of my future that I would need to do this cabin in the woods trip. It was just something engraved in me, but the thing about taking a high-dose psychedelic trip is that it can be absolutely terrifying. I've had some pretty dangerous, near-death experiences in my life, but nothing compared to the absolute dread and terror I felt in my first 7-gram trip. Thinking about it used to send shivers across my entire body, but I knew I had to go back. That future trip was haunting me for 10 years, and I would think to myself, is this year the year? Then one day, December 13th, I was just talking to one of my friends about psychedelics, and I got the calling. This time, it didn't come as a thought, but it felt like I was being summoned. I wanted to take time off work and go away the next day, that's how bad the urge was. I just knew it was time. I booked the cabin for Christmas weekend and started preparing. When I first realised I had to go back, I was absolutely terrified. Suddenly I began getting flashbacks from the first trip, things that I'd repressed. Every day I thought about it. I became more and more terrified, but then something within me switched during the last couple of days, and I was no longer afraid. I accepted my faith, and it felt like I was just in autopilot. I was no longer scared, and I just knew that on Friday night I would be consuming the mushrooms as if it's something that's already been written into my future. When that time came, I would be there, and it's something that was outside of my control. The journey. After booking the cabin and gathering the mushrooms, I found out that we were getting hit with one of the worst storms we were ever having in 2 decades. The United States had a very horrible storm the day before Christmas. It also happened to be a new moon that night. When I found out, I thought to myself, perfect, the set is being staged. Worst storm in decades, during the new moon, and one of the holiest days of the year, in a cabin in the woods. Surely the set is staged for magic to happen that night. I wanted the journey to be intense. I felt like I was a knight on my horse going to face the dragon. Friday comes around, and I have everything gathered as I'm ready to begin my journey. I finish work at 5 and start heading there around 6. Then I started driving there. It got dark quick and very cold. When I started the trip, it was 30 degrees Fahrenheit. By the time I got there, it was 8. The wind was so intense that going above 60 miles per hour would start shaking the car. But I was not afraid. I was the knight on the horse going to the lair of the dragon. The closer I got, the calmer I became. All the fear that I had was being evaporated. I knew that I was going to embrace my destiny. The trip. Once I get to the cabin, I smoke weed and just think about my life and my friends, my family, all the good moments in life. I began crushing the mushrooms by hand and apologise to every single one of them. I'm sorry, I love you, you know. I realised that the dragon in the analogy is not the mushroom trip, as that's not what I needed to fight. The dragon is the fear of the mushroom trip. Then, I soak it in lemonade with freshly squeezed lemons. After crushing the mushrooms by hand, I begin rolling up my weed for the trip. I end up drinking the potion at midnight after the mushrooms have soaked for about 30 minutes. Put my phone on airplane mode to not be disturbed. After I gulp it down, I think to myself, is that it? Is this what I've been afraid of for 10 years? Within 5 minutes of consumption, I get an immense feeling of self-love. It was a very powerful feeling, almost over-exaggerated. It felt like my soul was the perfect match for my body or identity, and I was very happy to be there. Then, I sit down on a couch and wait for the effects. I try and wait until I start feeling something before smoking, to smooth out the come up. I knew I took a big dose, and people report effects already within the first 20 minutes. I keep waiting, but something crazy starts happening. So, I wait until 12:25 and I go out to smoke a blunt. I come back in and suddenly get very lethargic. At this time it's around 12:40 and I think to myself, now might be a good time to go lie down and close your eyes. So I head to the room I'm going to be tripping in. It's very dark and it's begun. It starts off with a beautiful show, with all the complex psychedelic patterns you see in the Alex Gray paintings. So far the come up is going beautifully. The mushrooms told me that love is the answer. People like to go into high dose mushroom trips with a question or certain questions. What I found personally is that the question gets answered in the first couple minutes, and the rest of the trip is just about survival. Then, I start feeling what can be described as invisible mushroom fairies. I couldn't really see them, but there were millions of them. They were very small, and what I imagine is circular shapes. As soon as the fairies see me, they start celebrating and in a high-pitched voice saying, "Yay, Em's back, welcome back." It felt like they were very happy to see me, and I was happy to see them. I was laying down with my eyes closed and opened my arms as if I was going for a hug. All the mushroom fairies went in for a hug, and I kept telling them that I loved them. It felt like seeing an old friend after a long time. Then, they took my hand and started to lead me through the mushroom dimension. The geometric psychedelic pattern had begun to turn into a video game-like place. I saw the robot boxing game where the red figure knocks out the blue one, and that image got duplicated infinite number of times. At the end of each game, the fairies were cheering in a high-pitched voice. They carried me through their land and showed me different games like that. Each area was a moment of a game that got repeated infinite times, and when that moment came, all the fairies cheered. There were separate games I went to, but the boxing one is the only one I remember clearly. It did feel like I was in a circus inside a video game. Not sure if this is due to my heavy gamer background or the realm is starting to transform to reflect on the modern time. I also heard the Mario noise sound infinitely, like at a very fast, consistent pace. So far, the come up has been pleasant and the trip has been beautiful so far. Then, I get the urge to check the time, to measure how far into the trip I am just to see how well I'm doing. I'm wearing an analog watch that doesn't light up and look at it. It's in darkness, so I can't tell the time. I then try to stand up and walk to the light to see the time, but realise I barely have any balance. Then, I start crawling into the hallway to try and catch some light. Look at my watch. 1:15. Not bad, I think to myself. So far I'm doing pretty good. So then, I crawl back into bed and close my eyes. This time when I go back, the fairies went away and I started seeing entities. I notice every time I close my eyes to dive back in, I begin to see dark entities which try to scare me. But I said out loud, "You can't scare me, I love you." And then I was able to rise up to a higher place. This kept happening for a while, and then I started seeing this dark seductress. She was absolutely massive. It's hard to properly scale the mushroom dimension, but imagine looking up and just seeing this massive creature taking up the whole sky. She was dressed all in black, with long flowing black hair as well. She also had a black witch hat which was covering her eyes. I knew she was looking at me, even though her eyes were covered because her head was tilted towards my direction. I kept resisting her presence because something inherently told me that she was evil, and I should keep resisting her. I was still feeling pretty good at that point, and I got the urge to record the trip for future psychedelic explorers, feeling as if I've made a major discovery that I need to bring back to this earth. I thought to myself, I need to capture all this while I still remember it. This was at the 1 hour 40 minute mark, or 1:40 AM. It was very difficult to talk normally. I would start talking about the trip, and then have thought pattern loops which would distract me. The first thing mentioned in the recording was the humming noise. The Mario playing sound from the beginning of the trip began speeding up and becoming more uniform, almost as if it turned into a frequency, very similar to a humming sound. In the recording, I addressed it as the ticking humming of the universe. Around this time is when I started feeling horrible. I became very nauseous, and the trip was getting more intense by the minute, and I was just barely holding on. I kept saying, I'm resisting. I felt like I was losing my mind. I said to myself, I feel like I'm losing my mind, and it's fucking marvellous. And then started dancing and singing for a couple of minutes. At this point, the only thing I could do was to keep focusing on my breath. I felt like I was barely keeping track of reality, and I said, I guess this is it then. I knew reality was about to break. That is when I decided to fall back into the trip and went to lie back down. This is when the real trip began. Next time I went back, the dark seductress went away. I saw death for a brief moment. It was like a dark cloud, an independent entity wrapped up in its own darkness. I thought to myself, is that the purpose of this trip? To face the fear of death? The death entity was moving slowly across my vision, and then just stopped in front of me. It took a moment to look at me, inspect me, and then decided to wander off. When it turned away from me, it slowly started moving away. Then I felt like I got transported somewhere else. Maybe it'll come back later to deal with me further in the trip, I thought to myself. It didn't. The next thing I saw was a Baphomet-looking entity coming at me with the fingers up, fingers down pose. I knew I was going to some dark places now. From here on, it just kept getting darker and darker for the next 2 hours. It's hard to keep track of the order of things. After making the recording, I drank some water and went to lie back down in the darkness, but the recording was still going. Things started getting more intense, and I became very uncomfortable. Every minute felt like eternity, and I was barely holding on to reality. At this point, I've already begun to let go of my identity, of my past, my future, and myself. Nothing else mattered, except that current moment. I was there in the cabin at night, completely alone, and nobody was coming to help. I didn't even want the help, to be honest. I knew that the suffering I was going through at that moment was meant to be. There was no escape from this uncomfortable feeling. No kind words would have helped at all, nor the best medical treatment in the world. I tried to just lie down in the bed and breathe, but the mushroom energy was too strong. The closed-eye visuals were no longer something I saw, but something that was moving through my consciousness. I tried to rise myself from a dark place by using the Om noise, but it didn't help. The mushrooms were too strong. The energy in the bed was too intense. It just kept ripping through me, erasing parts of myself. So I got out trying to change the course of the trip. I could barely even walk and started crawling around the room. I tried to do anything to distract myself from the immense suffering I was feeling. I was just laying on the floor with my eyes closed, begging God for mercy, trying to remember even the most basic prayers. No matter what I did though, there was just no escape. It was an unbearable feeling of reality being torn apart. Around here, I feel my identity was really losing its meaning. Even though I was able to remain conscious, nothing else was real. Other people weren't real, other time frames weren't real. The only real thing was that room and my insanity. I was on the floor just trying to continue breathing. I was twisting and jerking around, lying on the floor, begging for mercy, doing different poses. Being in the child pose really helped a lot. It seemed the perfect pose to assume while going through the suffering. It was just something that I went to naturally. I was lying on the floor for about 30 minutes, just mumbling incoherently. Then 46 minutes into the recording, or at 2:26 AM, I began talking again. So, what I learned about life in this trip: you've got to show up every day, and that's what matters. Everyday actions determine what happens to people. Willpower plus daily activity equals the life you want. And this is when it started happening. My separation from this world. I had this feeling come across me like we're all actors and this world isn't real. This whole world is a lie, just a temporary plane for us to live in. That is when I felt the pain of all the animals that froze to death that night. I felt their suffering. Even though I was going through this immense suffering, I was still blessed to be alive. Every moment of each life is precious and full of meaning. Then, my mind shifted to Anthony Bourdain and how he committed suicide. That's when I thought to myself, even suicide wouldn't save things. This existence is immortal. Even if I'm no longer attached to this body, my existence will continue. There was really nothing I could do to escape this moment. This is when I realised how alone I actually was, in the middle of nowhere, going through one of the hardest times of my life. However, I was happy that nobody else was coming. As Terence always said, "Go at it alone." I'm glad I didn't have a trip sitter, because if they saw what I was going through, they might have called for help and ended the trip prematurely. Even if there were 100 people there, not a single person would be able to help me right now. What I was going through was meant for me to go through, and just for me. The nausea kept growing worse until I just started throwing up at 2:38. I felt much better after I threw up. It became much easier to breathe. There wasn't any fear around it or hesitation like there is normally. I just puked and let it all out. After that, it became a little bit more manageable, but I still had to focus on my breath to stop reality from fully ripping apart. Most of my identity was already chipped away, and my past was irrelevant, and I couldn't even remember a single moment from my life. Who my friends or family were didn't matter, as I couldn't remember them at all. Even the world didn't seem real. We were just a bunch of actors for the greatest show. I was in that room holding on to the edge of reality. After resisting for quite a while, I reached an epiphany. My insanity was the last thing holding reality together. That was the secret to the mushroom trip. The need to ascend through your insanity. I felt immense joy when I realised this, because for the first time during the trip there was a way out, a possible relief. I already let go of everything else, and for my insanity to end, I needed to let go of reality entirely. Might seem like insanity would be easy, but it was the hardest thing to let go of because it was the only thing keeping me in this world. My ego would rather suffer insanity than to cease existing. I struggled with this realisation for a couple of minutes before I made my final decision. I already let go of everything else, and this was the final step before I could be free from the suffering of my existence. I didn't know if I was going to come back or where I would be going to, but I no longer cared. I just couldn't stay where I was. So, with my decision made, I went back to the bed, into the silent darkness, and said out loud, "Goodbye, world. I'll be back in a couple hours." I didn't go to another realm like I thought, but instead, I lived moments of other people's lives. One of my reincarnations was a moment in this overweight Latino boy's life, around 10 to 12 years old, and he'd just won a football game. Then, I shifted to a battlefield, thinking about the wars going on in the world. I was then a person who was just shot to death in the war, an innocent bystander just getting mowed down. I remember it felt like there were 4 or 5 bullets being shot through me. Then, for one of my forms, I was born as a deformed baby just going into this world. That one didn't last very long. I remember having a very deformed skull and crying, and then I left that form onto the other one. After that, I was a dog being beaten by its owner. The last form I remember clearly was a black slave during colonial American times getting whipped on my back. At this part of the trip, I just felt the suffering of different beings. Whilst it was very unpleasant, I was no longer me, no longer insane, just a consciousness, existing free of identity. While that was happening in my head, in the real world I kept making a swimming motion with my arm, and I physically changed my location within the mushroom realm. It felt like my head was getting squeezed, as if I was going through the womb into this world. I was in the place where people get reborn, like the womb of the universe. My head was getting squeezed as I was being reborn, and then I popped out. And then came the moment where my soul was fully free from my body. I remember I kept seeing the coat and shoes on a hanger, like when someone takes them off when they enter the house. My soul was just bare, alone in the realm without me. I was just me. Not the me in this world with my body, but the immortal me that's existed before this world and will exist after it. I'm pretty sure I was in the spirit realm at this point, completely unbound. I even might have seen God, the ultimate God, but I don't remember much of this part. It was just a very bright, warm feeling, and it had a very ultimate sense to it. The light was so bright I couldn't even see the full figure. I gained conscious again when I opened my eyes, and I went straight for my phone to check the time. I reach down, turn over the phone, and see the time. 6:22 AM. I think to myself, I survived. Update and closing thoughts. It's been 2 weeks since the trip, and I needed to get this out to process it. I didn't feel like my life really changes too much since the trip. It does feel like something shifted inside of me, but at the same time, I feel exactly the same. I think I'm past the stage where psychedelic trips will just give me an automatic power boost. For me to get the full effects of this trip, I would need to unpack and incorporate it while sober. Writing out this trip report was the first step of unpacking. One thing that I did notice is I don't really think of my life before this trip. I know I had one, and I have the memories, but it doesn't really matter anymore. It's like the last chapter finished, and a new chapter began free of the burdens of the past. Free to plan out a future where I can decide what way to go. This trip mainly humbled me by showing the suffering of others around me. The 2 things I took away from this trip is the suffering of others and the feeling that this world is fake and we are just actors. During the end of the trip, it was a feeling I knew to be true, but now it's just a faint memory. As of now, I don't have any trips coming up, but I'm not opposed to the idea of going back. The fear that haunted me for 10 years is now gone. I'm no longer scared of that realm. While this trip was the most suffering I ever felt, I'm not bitter about it, but actually but that just happened to be unlocked. I freaked out and got dressed, still sopping wet because I didn't have a towel, and ran out of the apartment. Luckily, it was empty, probably one that had a showing the next day, considering the brochure sitting on the kitchen counter. I ran all the way back to my friend's apartment and knocked on the door. He opened and nearly cried when he saw me. My friends at the time were closer to me than my actual family, with the exclusion of my brother, so they were all extremely relieved to see me. I went inside and gave all of them hugs and apologised profusely. I was still tripping, but the effects were extremely mellow compared to
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners, it is. Like Adrian from whatsugar.com, whose site impressively
you're saying, Mitch Harvers. Hope you all had a good Christmas and didn't get too wasted. But if you did, then all is forgiven for now. So we're back today with what may be the most loaded question of all time. Does consciousness continue after death? So, the TLDR version of this for me is yes. I'd say it does, to be honest, based upon my life experiences, my experiences with psychedelics, mystical states, generally just putting the pieces together in terms of reality and analysing the complex, deep nature of life, consciousness, the universe, in what appears to be infinite complexity. Personally, for me, I feel like reality is infinite and consciousness is infinite, so I don't really see how I could believe that reality doesn't, that life doesn't continue after death, because something infinite doesn't just stop, does it? It's infinite, it just goes on forever and ever and ever. There's no beginning or end, it's just isness. All that ends is the physical body, this life. You just forget and you begin again, begin a new life. So that's always made sense to me, but I didn't always used to think that. I definitely used to be an atheist. I'll get into my thoughts on God in a later video, because I feel like that's a separate matter. Obviously it ties in with life after death, but this is already a very loaded video, so we'll cover that in a future one. This is like the third episode in sort of the philosophy series that I'm doing. I've made a playlist on it. The two other videos I did was that role of suffering in life and is reality a simulation. I hope you enjoyed those, because it definitely ties in with all the psychedelic content. I mean, if it isn't clear enough, I like to focus on psychedelics that produce mystical states. I like to vary it up and just do regular experiences or nightmare experiences, because they all have value. Even the most regular, just normal, possibly uninteresting experience has value, because they all tie in together in some way. But the meat and potatoes of the channel is definitely the mystical experiences that one can have. Experiences of interconnectivity, unity, God, oneness, non-duality, and sort of Buddhist states like no self, and how these all tie in. And if you've been listening avidly over the past however long I've been doing this, so well, a lot of them do tie into each other. There's quite an awe-inspiring amount of consistency between these mystical states, feeling like one is God. There's an illusion of separation between myself and all of you, and just you and you see another person. It feels like it's just one consciousness, one infinite consciousness experience itself subjectively. I mean, we've all heard that phrase, you are the universe experiencing itself, and there is a lot of credence to this. Obviously, for me, I believe that the physical realm of physicality is second order to consciousness. I feel like consciousness isn't generated by the brain, but the brain is a vessel for consciousness to act through and to limit itself into a physical state. So if you extrapolate that idea, when you die, when your body dies, why would consciousness fade with it? Obviously, if you subscribe to, say, materialism, you would say, yes, it does, because the brain produces consciousness. And you know what, that's fair enough at the end of the day. I don't dismiss anyone's opinions on this stuff. This is the deepest question, possibly the deepest question of all time. Is death the end? And no matter what you think, everyone's entitled to their own perspective. Everyone's had different life experiences and circumstances in their life that make them believe that. I mean, I used to believe that at one point. I was like, if you're dead, lad, that shit, mate. You're just getting chewed down by worms. But now I just feel like, after all my life experiences, my ego deaths, and just generally looking at life and religion and how profound of a question this is, how profoundly complex and infinite reality is, I can't really subscribe to that idea that, oh yeah, once you're dead, you're dead. Reality is just far too complex and infinite for it to just end with the body. Also, you have hundreds of millions and how many accounts throughout history of people saying, even in my video I did on the Greek, did the Greeks take psychedelics when in the Eleusinian Mysteries, they're taking the kykeon, and literally like more or less all the big names, Socrates and Plato and etc., when they went there and confronted death and these rituals, they were completely fear of it, absolutely no fear of it, of cessation of consciousness. They just realised, all right, this is just one of infinite lives that consciousness experiences. We are all one in some sense, and that's possibly why they were unbelievably advanced and intelligent for their time, because they'd gone beyond the physical human realm and seen what is beyond. But it's important not to get dogmatic about this. I would never be dogmatic about it. At the end of the day, if you've not experienced sort of like an infinite mystical state, or you're not just like straight up religious or whatever, you're probably not going to believe this. If you say a scientist, a biological person, you're probably just going to think, oh, life's it, you just get the one life, YOLO, bruv. But that's completely fair enough, because at the end of the day, if you've not had a direct mystical experience, you probably won't believe it, and yeah, it doesn't matter, it's all valid, isn't it? I'm not going to say, well, I can prove it using this and this. I'm not saying I can prove it, but for me, I've proved it to myself, if you get what I mean. And a lot of people, I know this might trigger some people, like, well, if you proved it to yourself, then there must be like physical proof. It's like, nah, for me, I feel like the only way to truly understand this matter is to have a direct experience of, say, like, death. I've genuinely felt like in multiple states where like my body has died and consciousness has gone on, and some like infinite dream world where you can create anything you want using infinite imagination, infinite intelligence, and then there's other states of like no self, where that could be another case for what happens after death, just like complete peace, resting for an infinite amount of time, and then beginning it all over again. Possibly the next life is an amalgamation of all the karma you've achieved in this life. Say not karma in like the woo-woo sense, if you want to call it that, but say literally the energy you've collected over your life through positivity and the effects you've had on others, and what sort of life you've led. Have you wasted it? Have you misused it? Have you caused a lot of suffering? Have you caused great happiness to people and yourself? Have you been satisfied with it? And if not, say if you've had an unsatisfactory life, maybe in the next life that energy coalesces, and the next life is where you realise the lessons you didn't understand in this one. It almost feels like reality, and life is just an infinite playground, an infinite sandbox game for consciousness to realise things about itself, understand itself deeper, and learn forever, basically, because if it's infinite, it's never going to stop, is it? It's not just going to be like, right, Infinity's decided to pack it up now, lads. It's just going to keep going on and on and on, because it wants to understand and love itself deeper. And yeah, love is possibly we're going to get into like the deep metaphysical nature of love in a future video, but obviously at the end of the day, infinity, what's better for infinity to do than just love itself infinitely in every possible way? Obviously a lot of people will be like, stop right there, criminal scum, and say, what
Dinner, check. Clean up, check. No mess, no stress with Reynolds Kitchens.
Sambucol Black Elderberry.
There it is.
The best way to support your family. No escape.
So here we are today with another submission from a subscriber called Dirt Cobain. He This is his trip report from Purple Sticky Salvia 80 times extract. A group of friends and I are enjoying a vacation in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Those familiar with the area know that there are better places to visit, but maybe not for cheaper. To set the stage for this experience, I'll have to explain the events that led to several young individuals unwittingly stumbling into their first psychedelic experience. To make a long story short, we ended up finding a good contact for some herb in the area, and he promised to be our plug for the weekend. We cleverly dubbed him Dr. Uggs in our friend's contact, and kept in touch for the few days we were there. After putting us off for a day, he agreed to meet us at a sketchy apartment, a decent drive inland from the beach. To spare you the boring details, they took our money and walked off, and when we caught up to the group, all four of them were on bicycles. A friend was hung out the passenger side of another friend's ride and hollered, "Are you fucking for real?" To which all four of the bicycle-mounted gentlemen responded by brandishing firearms. Naturally, we peeled the fuck out and had a silent, somber and sober car ride back to the hotel. After several long moments of silent commiserating on the balcony, one of us suggested, "Why don't we just get some salvia? It's legal here, innit?" No one else in the group had even heard of it before, aside from that one clip that aired on Tosho of the dude who scrambled up the wall and out of the window. Of course, each of us out of $40 and dreadfully sober. It didn't take much convincing for all of us to pack into the sedan and head for the legendary 420 Superstore. We sent those of us in who had false IDs, who explained to us that the clerk was very excited to sell them an 80 times extract of Purple Sticky Salvia, and gave them a proper tutorial and explanation behind the need to use a butane torchlighter. We rushed home, each of us excited to try this new substance. But when the time came, no one wanted to go first. Well, except for me, of course. The high was explained to me as like weed, but much stronger and a little more trippy, which I had no context for what a trippy experience truly was. Considering the circumstances, I was very eager for a head change and loaded up a fat bowl, with all of us sat at the glass table on the balcony overlooking the pool. I torched the bowl and held it in, christening a new pipe. I held the smoke as long as possible, and as I exhaled, the rush hit instantly, and was comparable to a really good high from some medical cannabis, only for a moment. I was instantly confused and unsure of my surroundings. I remember looking down at the pool, leaning over the rail and with a calm voice in my head saying, From across the table my friend asked, "So, how does it feel?" Audibly, time slowed down until it screeched to a halt, and my consciousness left the building. All of a sudden I was no longer nighttime, and I was no longer on a balcony. I was standing in the middle of a cartoon street, and everything was coloured in fluorescent neon. Cars zipped up down past me either side, except the cars, buildings and sun were inexplicably alive. They stretched up, down, left and right, jarringly fast, all to the beat of some of insane techno-style music that was the conductor of this ride. Everything moved in unison in reaction to the different tones and notes at an insanely fast frequency that could only be described as otherworldly. I soon came to notice I was no longer in my body, and could navigate this new environment just by focusing on where I wanted to go within it. I floated towards distant fractals and visions that are now lost to me a decade later, but the following I imagine will stick with me for a lifetime. Who knows what I was exploring in the meantime, but as I was coming back to reality, the neon city seemed to have faded to a desert, where the only entities left were me, or at least the insinuation of me, and goddamn motherfucking Mr. Krabs. Yes, Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. However, this wasn't just any Mr. Krabs. If you've ever seen older episodes of SpongeBob, you'll recall how they would have these hyper-realistic drawings or paintings added into the frames for jokes. This one in particular became a meme. A grotesque version of the greedy, conniving crab with fingernails in his claws, and distorted imagery all around. I don't know what it is about this disgusting image that caused it to imprint on my psyche, but eventually it overtook the experience, until all I could see was it, and a solid green backdrop that accompanied the image. The techno music that guided this experience died down to a single, low and unnerving buzz of a tone. All of a sudden it was all gone, and I was zapped back into my body, feeling ever so strange. As it turns out, this whole experience had to have lasted less than a minute, seeing as it only took the time for the next person to light the pipe and take their hit. As he exhaled, he burst into a fit of laughter. When he raised his eyebrows to laugh, the entire top half of his head stretched up and wiggled around, and looked much like what would happen when you were quickly dragging an application that wasn't responding on Windows, copy and pasting itself to expand. Apparently he had only a short bout of laughter, but the sound and imagery repeated itself for me multiple times. At this point, I decided that I had enough of the nonsense and non-verbally began to crab walk over my friend with the stretchy eyebrows, who was laughing and screaming in his chair. I made my way to the bed to attempt to piece back together reality, which I had just broken for the first time. The feeling was akin to picking up a tile, or in this case a beautiful painting that had been laying on the dirt, only to discover the multitude of insects and critters that made their home beneath it. I felt disgusting. By this time, the next friend had begun smoking and experienced his own version of temporal displacement. He explained to me that he went to follow me to share his experience, but each time he passed through the sliding glass door, he would reappear again outside on the balcony, and reality would be tinted a different colour. He told me that it felt like he was stuck in that loop for eternity, which I sympathised with. By then our third friend entered the room, bewildered. He was staring at the walls and gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my god, there are nails everywhere! I can feel my nails in my hands!" Which devolved into a fit of laughter upon seeing our other friend attempt to take a bite out of the TV. By this point I was no longer tripping and felt like I was being guided around on a cloud, weightless and unconcerned with the chaos that unfolded in front of me. My two friends were laughing hysterically, and slowly began to move towards each other, I assumed to embrace and laugh. However, as they got within arm's reach of one another, my friend who was concerned with his fingernails began flapping his arms and screeching like I could only assume a pterodactyl sounds. He began battering the other friend with his hands and screeching and bit down on my friend's scalp, luckily not hard. The sight of this was all enough to make another friend, who had not yet tried it, laugh so hard she actually pissed herself. I guess you had to be there. In retrospect, none of us had any idea what was in store for each of us. The final friend, who at first was unconvinced, decided to try it after seeing the time we all had, though I seemed to be the only one amongst who recognised the danger associated with such a loss of control. She proceeded to have a mild experience with no visuals whatsoever. Perhaps experiences do vary that greatly, or my friends had more than their fair share. However, after comparing stories with each of us, it seemed I was the only one who was yanked out of my body and soul, and shown something entirely fabricated by the experience, with no contact to reality. This was my first experiment with psychedelics, and I had zero expectations of what a hallucinatory experience might consist of. If I had done even just a little research, I imagine I still would have tried the substance, but I would have been much more prepared. Instead, I believe I was left to my own devices when it came to identifying, understanding, and working through what I believed to be an ego death at 13 years old. For months, if not years, I felt like an alien, or that I was irrevocably changed from the experience. As an atheist, I became much more interested in things that were esoteric and immaterial, as it was so tempting to ascribe supernatural meaning to such an indescribable experience. Though Occam's razor tells me the best way to describe the experience is that salvia extract is a chemical compound that will take your marbles, coat them in bat shit, and throw them into the ceiling fan. We were young, dumb, and uninformed. Many moments of these combined trips could have easily devolved into disaster. Always remember to do your research.
I can't believe no one is talking about this. So the IRS is giving out $540 a month in health credits, but you didn't know that. I can't believe how easy it was.
Salvia divinorum is a terrifying substance. More accurately, my personal experience with Salvia divinorum was a terrifying occasion. My salvia trip was the most traumatic and humbling experience I've ever known, and I am permanently changed because of it. This absolute mind-bender happened at the beginning of November, shortly after I turned 21. One evening, an acquaintance of mine and I were bored of the typical college student routine. He and I had always been obsessed with drugs, and we had talked about smoking salvia for quite some time. On this chilly night, we decided to put our plan into action. With hopes of tempering our restlessness, we set out on quite the adventure. It was a school night, but we were both done with our studies. I had taken 60 milligrams of Adderall much earlier in the day, and I was gradually coming down, so I was moderately depressed and irritable at the time. Overall, I would have called my mindset neutral. We drove to a local unnamed tobacco shop. Upon entering, we immediately scouted out the salvia and purchased the strongest variety available. The package said the potency was 700x. It was very expensive. We obtained a water pipe and disappeared into the back of the shop. The setting was strange and foreign. We were in a large dark room, empty but for our presences, silent but for an occasional Nirvana song emitting from the jukebox. Egyptian murals were on the walls and looming couches were perched throughout. Everything was dim and somewhat indiscernible. There was a TV on in the corner. An episode of The Simpsons was airing. My acquaintance packed the pipe and offered me the first hit. I gladly obliged. The lighter we were provided was strangely neon or fluorescent in colour. I noted this and filed the thought away with the rest of my present apprehensions. Indeed, I was silently terrified. Drugs of a hallucinogenic nature have always had a strange effect on me, and often I find that even marijuana is overwhelming. Hallucinogens make me feel as if I'm on the verge of insanity, suspended in a strange, altered reality that has always existed but usually remains unconsidered. Would this experience transpire differently? I had dim hopes. Since I had done salvia once before, I felt I was at least partially prepared for what was about to happen. I was dead fucking wrong. I lit the herbs and sucked long and deep. The smoke tasted musty and strange. Undaunted, I held in the smoke for as long as my lungs could bear it. My acquaintance took a generous hit during this brief calm before the storm, and I watched him with delight. Doing drugs is exciting, I thought to myself. After several more seconds, he and I exhaled simultaneously. A few more moments passed. I was in a state of guarded sobriety. My body was tense with anticipation, and each passing second felt deliberately long and unbearable. Then, it started to hit me. "Uh-oh," I said aloud, as I began to sink into the couch and my vision blurred and intensified. In retrospect, this was a perfectly fitting thing to say. It not only constituted an understandable apprehension, but it was also my last conscious thought before entering what I might inefficiently call Horrorland. I was almost immediately thrown into this altered reality, Horrorland. Hostile and unforgiving in nature, yet ironically whimsical or humorous. And it was without question the worst thing I have ever known. Since time had no meaning during the trip, it is difficult to speak of time, but for the sake of making sense of my experience, I shall attempt to discuss the following events in chronological order. In any case, there was no gap of time between my last conscious thought, "uh-oh," and my perception of the entirely warped reality I was situated in presently. I perceived of no time at all, in fact. As far as I could tell, I had always existed in Horrorland, and I would remain there forever. I couldn't recall a single memory or recognise anything familiar or comforting. This was my existence. It always had been, and it always would be. Absolutely no question about it. Describing Horrorland is extremely difficult. I feel it's actually indescribable. The concepts and relationships therein were devoid of reason, order, and sense. As such, I cannot use any word or phrase to express Horrorland with complete accuracy. It would be easiest if I imagine and describe how it might have looked from someone else's perspective. Not that anything could have existed outside this new reality, but an outsider would have seen a strange sight. To consider from a distance what I saw subjectively, perhaps as an image placed in the middle of a TV screen for easy observation, would have probably been equally terrifying. I should imagine, first, that the whole image was of a strange colour. There were angry, irritated hues of red. These expanded and curved with irregularity, and comprised a spectrum that ranged in colour from dying red rose petals to moist and cartoonish gums and lips. These red hues randomly and sporadically covered an awful, flesh-coloured spirally roll of organic... In retrospect, Salvia divinorum is a terrifying substance. More accurately, my personal experience with Salvia divinorum was a terrifying occasion. My Salvia trip is the most traumatic and humbling experience I've ever known, and I am permanently changed because of it. This absolute mind-bender happened at the beginning of November, shortly after I turned 21. One evening, an acquaintance of mine and I were bored of the typical college student routine. He and I had always been obsessed with drugs, and we had talked about smoking salvia for quite some time. On this chilly night, we decided to put our plan into action. With hopes of tempering our restlessness, we set out on quite the adventure. It was a school night, but we were both done with our studies. I had taken 60 milligrams of Adderall much earlier in the day, and I was gradually coming down, so I was moderately depressed and irritable at the time. Overall, I would have called my mindset neutral. We drove to a local unnamed tobacco shop. Upon entering, we immediately scouted out the salvia and purchased the strongest variety available. The package said the potency was 700x. It was very expensive. We obtained a water pipe and disappeared into the back of the shop. The setting was strange and foreign. We were in a large dark room, empty but for our presences, silent but for an occasional Nirvana song emitting from the jukebox. Egyptian murals were on the walls and looming couches were perched throughout. Everything was dim and somewhat indiscernible. There was a TV on in the corner. An episode of The Simpsons was airing. My acquaintance packed the pipe and offered me the first hit. I gladly obliged. The lighter we were provided was strangely neon or fluorescent in colour. I noted this and filed the thought away with the rest of my present apprehensions. Indeed, I was silently terrified. Drugs of a hallucinogenic nature have always had a strange effect on me, and often I find that even marijuana is overwhelming. Hallucinogens make me feel as if I'm on the verge of insanity, suspended in a strange, altered reality that has always existed but usually remains unconsidered. It But this experience transpired differently. I had dim hopes. Since I had done salvia once before, I felt I was at least partially prepared for what was about to happen. I was dead fucking wrong. I lit the herbs and sucked long and deep. The smoke tasted musty and strange. Undaunted, I held in the smoke for as long as my lungs could bear it. My acquaintance took a generous hit during this brief calm before the storm, and I watched him with delight. Doing drugs is exciting, I thought to myself. After several more seconds, he and I exhaled simultaneously. A few more moments passed. I was in a state of guarded sobriety. My body was tense with anticipation, and each passing second felt deliberately long and unbearable. Then, it started to hit me. Uh-oh, I said aloud, as I began to sink into the couch and my vision blurred and intensified. In retrospect, this was a perfectly fitting thing to say. It not only constituted an understandable apprehension, but was also my last conscious thought before entering what I might inefficiently call Horrorland. I was almost immediately thrown into this altered reality, Horrorland. Hostile and unforgiving in nature, yet ironically whimsical or humorous. And it was without question the worst thing I have ever known. Since time had no meaning during the trip, it is difficult to speak of time. But for the sake of making sense of my experience, I shall attempt to discuss the following events in chronological order. In any case, there was no gap of time between my last conscious thought, uh-oh, and my perception of the entirely warped reality I was situated in presently. I perceived of no time at all, in fact. As far as I could tell, I had always existed in Horrorland, and I would remain there forever. I couldn't recall a single memory or recognise anything familiar or comforting. This was my existence. It always had been, and it always would be. Absolutely no question about it. Describing Horrorland is extremely difficult. I feel it's actually indescribable. The concepts and relationships therein were devoid of reason, order, and sense. As such, I cannot use any word or phrase to express Horrorland with complete accuracy. It would be easiest if I imagine and describe how it might have looked from someone else's perspective. Not that anything could have existed outside this new reality, but an outsider would have seen a strange sight. To consider from a distance what I saw subjectively, perhaps as an image placed in the middle of a TV screen for easy observation, would have probably been equally terrifying. I should imagine, first, that the whole image was of a strange colour. There were angry, irritated hues of red. These expanded and curved with irregularity, and comprised a spectrum that ranged in colour from dying red rose petals to moist and cartoonish gums and lips. These red hues randomly and sporadically covered an awful, flesh-coloured spirally roll of organic, moisturised tarp that was rolling itself up. The tarp expanded infinitely. Part of it was still flat and unrolled, but the other part was barrelling and rotating forward, tucking into itself as it proceeded with such irresistible force. I myself existed as a part of this tarp, and this tarp was the only thing that existed. This fleshy tarp was steaming hot and blaringly unforgiving or violent. It was somehow living, conscious enough at least, to experience great confusion and agony. My conscious mind, in fact, resided in the most unfortunate and painful location on this tarp. I was suspended in this horrific stretching flatness, embedded mere fractions from the advancing roll, mere moments away from being wrapped up and suffocated with the rest of everything. Escape was impossible. All extant matter had succumbed or would succumb to this fate. At last, my time came, and I was lifted and turned by the advancing force, and thus I began a dizzying, suffocating, and torturous eternity, in which my flesh was fused in every direction, to the endless layers of tarp that had already been rolled and were still rolling and suffocating like a burning peach-coloured carpet of tortured souls. All the while, an overabundance of noise flooded my perception. This was too bizarre to make out. In retrospect, I can perhaps liken the noise I heard to shrill demon cries, mixed with this cacophonous symphony of horrible instruments. Everything was out of tune and morbidly inharmonious. It was almost like someone had recorded the last dying noises of every organism that had ever lived on Earth, combined all of these recordings over the top of each other on one tape, and forced me to lie down and listen, while the tape deafeningly blared from an infinite cluster of speakers surrounding me. Then I remember that there was an ineffable chorus of chanting. With each this horrible chorus increased in volume and moved 1/2 step higher in pitch, and with each the chorus maintained the volume and pitch of the directly prior to it, obviously with slightly different inflection. This increase occurred in 4 stages. Then there was a brief silence, and then the chorus started from the top and decreased in volume and pitch with each descending back down to the original pitch and volume, and then the cycle was repeated once more. These images and noises kept repeating and resetting. I was moments away from being rolled. Then I was being rolled. Then I was suffocating within the infinite depths of the roll. Then the process repeated. I cannot truly say how many times this happened, but each time was just as horrifying and painfully uncomfortable as the last. It was the most overwhelming and powerful feeling of claustrophobia I have felt. It was like I was one insignificantly tiny pore amidst an infinite sea of duplicates. An endless and immeasurable cluster of mist, somewhat in the typical college student routine. He and I had always been obsessed with drugs, and we had talked about smoking salvia for quite some time. On this chilly night, we decided to put our plan into action. With hopes of tempering our restlessness, we set out on quite the adventure. It was a school night, but we were both done with our studies. I had taken 60 milligrams of Adderall much earlier in the day, and I was gradually coming down, so I was moderately depressed and irritable at the time. Overall, I would have called my mindset neutral. We drove to a local unnamed tobacco shop. Upon entering, we immediately scouted out the salvia and purchased the strongest variety available. The package said the potency was 700x, very expensive. We obtained a water pipe and disappeared into the back of the shop. The setting was strange and foreign. We were in a large dark room, empty but for our presences, silent but for an occasional Nirvana song emitting from the jukebox. Egyptian murals were on the walls and looming couches were perched throughout. Everything was dim and somewhat indiscernible. There was a TV on in the corner. An episode of The Simpsons was airing. My acquaintance packed the pipe and offered me the first hit. I gladly obliged. The lighter we were provided was strangely neon or fluorescent in colour. I noted this and filed the thought away with the rest of my present apprehensions. Indeed, I was silently terrified. Drugs of a hallucinogenic nature have always had a strange effect on me, and often I find that even marijuana is overwhelming. Hallucinogens make me feel as if I'm on the verge of insanity, suspended in a strange altered reality that has always existed but usually remains unconsidered. Would this experience transpire differently? I had dim hopes. Since I had done salvia once before, I felt I was at least partially prepared for what was about to happen. I was dead fucking wrong. I lit the herbs and sucked long and deep. The smoke tasted musty and strange. Undaunted, I held in the smoke for as long as my lungs could bear it. My acquaintance took a generous hit during this brief calm before the storm, and I watched him with delight. Doing drugs is exciting, I thought to myself. After several more seconds, he and I exhaled simultaneously. A few more moments passed. I was in a state of guarded sobriety. My body was tense with anticipation, and each passing second felt deliberately long and unbearable. Then, it started to hit me. "Uh-oh," I said aloud, as I began to sink into the couch and my vision blurred and intensified. In retrospect, this was a perfectly fitting thing to say. It not only constituted an understandable apprehension, but it was also my last conscious thought before entering what I might inefficiently call Horrorland. I was almost immediately thrown into this altered reality, Horrorland. Hostile and unforgiving in nature, yet ironically whimsical or humorous. And it was without question the worst thing I've ever known. Since time had no meaning during the trip, it is difficult to speak of time. But for the sake of making sense of my experience, I shall attempt to discuss the following events in chronological order. In any case, there was no gap of time between my last conscious thought, uh-oh, and my perception of the entirely warped reality I was situated in presently. I perceived of no time at all, in fact. As far as I could tell, I had always existed in Horrorland, and I would remain there forever. I couldn't recall a single memory or recognise anything familiar or comforting. This was my existence. It always had been, and it always would be. Absolutely no question about it. Describing Horrorland is extremely difficult. I feel it's actually indescribable. The concepts and relationships therein were devoid of reason, order and sense. As such, I cannot use any word or phrase to express Horrorland with complete accuracy. It would be easiest if I imagine and describe how it might have looked from someone else's perspective. Not that anything could have existed outside this new reality, but an outsider would have seen a strange sight. To consider from a distance what I saw subjectively, perhaps as an image placed in the middle of a TV screen for easy observation, would have probably been equally terrifying. I should imagine, first, that the whole image was of a strange colour. There were angry, irritated hues of red. These expanded and curved with irregularity, and comprised a spectrum that ranged in colour from dying red rose petals to moist and cartoonish gums and lips. These red hues randomly and sporadically covered an awful, flesh-coloured spirally roll of organic, moisturised tarp that was rolling itself up. The tarp expanded infinitely. Part of it was still flat and unrolled, but the other part was barrelling and rotating forward, tucking into itself as it proceeded with such irresistible force. I myself existed as a part of this tarp, and this tarp was the only thing that existed. This fleshy tarp was steaming hot and blaringly unforgiving or violent. It was somehow living, conscious enough at least, to experience great confusion and agony. My conscious mind, in fact, resided in the most unfortunate and painful location on this tarp. I was suspended in this horrific stretching flatness, embedded mere fractions from the advancing roll, mere moments away from being wrapped up and suffocated with the rest of everything. Escape was impossible. All extant matter had succumbed or would succumb to this fate. At last, my time came, and I was lifted and turned by the advancing force, and thus I began a dizzying, suffocating, and torturous eternity, in which my flesh was fused in every direction, to the endless layers of tarp that had already been rolled and were still rolling and suffocating like a burning peach-coloured carpet of tortured souls. All the while, an overabundance of noise flooded my perception. This was too bizarre to make out. In retrospect, I can perhaps liken the noise I heard to shrill demon cries, mixed with this cacophonous symphony of horrible instruments. Everything was out of tune and morbidly inharmonious. It was almost like someone had recorded the last dying noises of every organism that had ever lived on Earth, combined all of these recordings over the top of each other on one tape, and forced me to lie down and listen, while the tape deafeningly blared from an infinite cluster of speakers surrounding me. Then I remember that there was an ineffable chorus of chanting. With each this horrible chorus increased in volume and moved 1/2 step higher in pitch, and with each the chorus maintained the volume and pitch of the directly prior to it, obviously with slightly different inflection. This increase occurred in 4 stages. Then there was a brief silence, and then the chorus started from the top and decreased in volume and pitch with each descending back down to the original pitch and volume, and then the cycle was repeated once more. These images and noises kept repeating and resetting, I was moments away from being rolled. Then I was being rolled. Then I was suffocating within the infinite depths of the roll. Then the process repeated. I cannot truly say how many times this happened, but each time was just as horrifying and painfully uncomfortable as the last. It was the most overwhelming and powerful feeling of claustrophobia I have felt. It was like I was one insignificantly tiny pore amidst an infinite sea of duplicates. An endless and immeasurable cluster of minuscule pores condensed so tightly together that they were crowding into themselves and then compressing into nothingness. Still, the pores were too small to be perceived by an outside observer, hence the roll of a fleshy tarp would not have had any speckling. Each of the tiny pores represented a different person, and the people I knew were the pores that existed closer to my poor self. Ill-timed pun, I know. The pores that had been rolled up already represented people who were dead. Being violently rolled up represented the passage of death. The worst part? My poor acquaintances were somehow communicating their disgust and contempt for me. I had no command over my senses, but I still managed to understand their horrible thoughts. Somehow, I was responsible for this madness. Even further, all of the death and suffering that had ever occurred were entirely my fault as well. Everyone loathed me. I was scum. I'm not sure how I could have been responsible for such an odd event. This seemed illogical. Certainly I was not nearly powerful enough to cause such terror and destruction. But then again, in this warped existence, anything might have been possible. In Horrorland, there were no perceivable laws of time, and there were definitely no laws of space. I existed as a replication, and my consciousness was replenished and teleported time after time. There were no tangible faculties from the real world, only strangeness and horror. I could perhaps compare the entire thing to being caught beneath the bottom stair of an escalator, one that is made of a wet, flesh-like, membranous substance rather than metal and leather. This whole time, my frame of mind was chaotic. I had no control over my thoughts, but was able to shift my perspective with great effort. I managed to free myself of this terrifying, fleshy roll several times, but my view from the outside was no better. For each time I was freed, I looked back and saw these horrible eyes turning to meet me. Then, I was slowly sucked down into the hellish realm once again. Resistance was useless. This place refused to leave me alone. It was me, and I was it. We were bound, linked, destined to exist side by side in unparalleled anguish forever and ever. I was helpless, infantile, pathetic, unrefined, inferior, and emotionally plagued. When I did manage to shift my perspective, the images of Horrorland from the outside were sinister. I don't know how to describe this. It haunts my innermost thoughts. What I saw was a gigantic and evil, living mutilated thing. It spanned the entire frame of my vision and was the only thing I knew or ever knew. It was an enormous, frightening, mangled pouch of flesh with parts of a face. It was covered in an unkempt hide and spackled with dry, leathery skin and 2 patches of hair that resembled eyebrows. It was convulsing hysterically, laughing oafishly, undulating violently, bearing down on me with wide, malevolent eyes. A giant putrid mouth opened to reveal infinite rows of jagged, tearing teeth, suffocating me with random bursts of noxious black smoke, feeding or morphing me into it with sadistic relish, intending to consume me in a repeating cycle, awesome and endless, unchecked, all-powerful, the epitome of insidious. This indescribably evil image was repeating frame after frame. It was forever. It was everything. I could only assume that I existed within this horrible thing. Then I would be sucked back inside, where a different eternity awaited me. My soul was wailing with anguish and torture. This was the worst terror imaginable, and I would not wish it on anyone for any reason whatsoever. I felt like a confused infant, hysterical and panicky, suffocated and enclosed for no reason. Or perhaps a conscious amoeba, submerged in strange liquid under sadistic experimentation. Again, this membranous rift, this fleshy tarp, was crushing into me with intense power and determined persistence. There was no mercy, no compassion. Instead, I was hopelessly trapped in this wet, aggressive, rotating chasm that existed just beneath the normal world. In this way, the experience was brutally humorous. I sensed mildly that some sadistic supreme being was controlling what was happening. The being was clearly taking pleasure in my emotional and physical suffering, for he or she or it chose to tempt me with fleeting images of relief while keeping me confined to Horrorland. Indeed, I remember seeing images that I could recognise, but only briefly. I saw my acquaintance in several flashes. I also remember seeing The Simpsons on TV, but even so, I could not remember what these things were or what they meant. Nothing made sense, including myself. My ego, my perception, so far as I could tell, was meaningless and non-existent. I was not I. I just was. I was in an unwilling state of oneness with this bizarrely fascinating, yet extraordinarily horrifying place. I felt entirely helpless and exposed. I could neither move nor speak. I cannot write of this without getting chills. It was so evil and indescribable. Interestingly enough, I felt no pain, though I remember feeling wondrous discomfort. The entirety of what I might inaccurately call my physical body was subjected to a relentless stretching, coupled with the feeling that trillions of ice-cold needles were pricking and jabbing at my skin. At the same time, I felt enclosed, suffocated, surrounded, and drenched in sweat. The fleshy wetness of this living membrane was destroying me, and I knew, with pure certainty, that there was no escaping this torturous hell. Then, everything changed. Even more so than before. The place was utter chaos. Every tangible faculty was dissociated or segmented into its barest and most essential fragments. Things were morphing and forming and fusing into each other randomly, and I couldn't recognise where or even who I was. Blurry ridges of oscillating, cartoonish colour were expanding and snaking before my eyes, coalescing and piling together erratically, circuitously, and repetitively forming this terrifying and massive rift zipper that was violently bursting and tearing and shredding through reality. And the rift was going to shred me too. I was being sucked towards this destructive rift. I was even becoming it. All of my past traumatic memories came flooding back to me in an instant. I could remember every single instance of pain, scorn, emotional abuse, sickness, and tragedy from my life simultaneously. Each instance was replicating in my mind with horrible, horrible stubbornness. "What are you doing? Get out of there! Get out of there, eh? Don't go in there. What have you done? What have you done, eh? Eh? Eh?" A is my alias here. My mother and father were there too, as were my sisters and our old family pets. They were all grouped together, just outside the rift where I was confined, sneering at me with utter disgust and disapproval. Overwhelming waves of guilt struck me. I was solely and directly responsible for every single instance of suffering or bad fortune that any person had ever experienced. I felt I must pay for my actions. I've described all of this very poorly. Again, I simply cannot describe Horrorland accurately. It was far too bizarre and alien. What I can say, though, is that this existence is what I knew for a painful amount of time. My existence was a repeating cycle, a giant, inexhaustible gear of duplication. I was trapped there forever, with this horrible entity that endeavoured to consume me, or even fuse with me, aggressively and unceasingly. It is painful and scary to reconsider these things. It is almost overwhelming. The more I think of it, the more I realise that this trip was basically a huge set of impossibilities or paradoxes. I had no control of my senses, but my senses were overwhelmed. I could smell without smelling, hear without hearing, see without seeing, taste without tasting, feel without feeling, and also think and perceive without actually thinking or perceiving. I was dead. Then I was alive, but feeble and frail. Then I was very much alive. Then I was dead again. And then the cycle repeated again. I lost track of everything, because there was nothing to even keep track of. I was no longer a thing, because things no longer were. Everything was destroyed, and it was all my fault. This whole trip lasted for too long. Long enough for me to take action. Although my mind was elsewhere, my physical body finally started and kicked into survival mode. Fight or flight. My acquaintance and the smoke shop employees later told me what I did. At first, I was convulsing on the ground. I was making guttural, grunt-like noises, and they were worried that I was having a seizure. After a few minutes, however, I stood up and walked out of the room and toward the exit. I collided with an employee on the way and rammed headlong into the glass door when I tried to leave. I eventually made it to my acquaintance's car. At this point, I was still seeing the alternate reality I described, so instead of trying to collect myself, I circled the car frantically and pulled on the door handles. They were locked, and I was confused. Sense and order was slowly returning to me by this time. I muttered something about nuclear holocaust and spread my arms over the top of the car. I rested my head on the sobering coldness of the roof, calming myself down and taking deep, refreshing breaths. I found with much relief that I was starting to remember things. At first, I could only remember and understand my most basic concepts of reality. Light, darkness, colour, noise, and then larger and more important concepts that returned to me. My species, my sex, my name, self-identity. Then I could remember still more important concepts. Definitions, essences, beliefs, thoughts. This entire rejuvenation took a mere 5 minutes. I spent this entire time leaning against the car. Finally, everything came into place, and I could understand this current reality again. I was flooded by relief, but overcome by embarrassment. I started to realise how foolish I must have looked mere seconds ago. My acquaintance made sure I was alright, and we walked back into the smoke shop. We were greeted by a chorus of laughter and jesting. Everyone thought my clumsiness was hilarious. At first, I was shocked by this lack of sympathy, but I realised they were merely joking, and in any event, nothing was as bad as what I had just experienced. I didn't care that I had looked foolish. I was just immensely glad to be part of a normal, ordered existence again. I shouldn't say again, because it felt like the very first time. I had somewhat of a revelation even. It dawned on me that life is fragile and precious, and that I should cherish each moment through loving, laughing, listening, and learning. I realised how utterly privileged I am. I'm an American. I live in a country of pleasure addicts and the blissfully lazy. My parents are kind enough to pay for my college education, and my future is promising. I have the most beautiful and desirable quality, control over myself. I am reasonably free and unchecked in my pursuit of pleasure. I am extremely lucky and even spoiled. I considered these things very deeply as the night wore on. My acquaintance and I smoked the rest of the salvia, and this time I was able to control the trip and nothing bad had happened. After about half an hour of broken conversation, we decided to call it a night. We were both exhausted and stressed. I, in particular, was still jittery and anxious. During the drive home for the rest of the evening, I spent a significant amount of time trying to compose myself. My mind kept recalling images of the horror I had just undergone. Fusing, shredding, ripping, destroying. In retrospect, I might compare this experience to being stuck on God's scroll of life. In Horrorland, God was ravelling the scroll as time proceeded, tucking all past life into a giant roll of Earth's history. Existence as we know it now was just one part of the timeline. I saw the passage of time from prehistory to history to the present. ages frittered away in mere seconds. Life evolved from simplicity to complexity, and all the while, death loomed around the corner. I had glimpsed life's beginnings. At one point, I think I even became a single cell. It was awesome and cathartic, yet horrible and traumatic. A month and a half has passed since the trip. I'm not doing too well. I've had a history of mental illness, and I think the salvia provoked some latent symptoms buried deep within my psyche. I constantly reminisce on bad memories now. I cannot find any joy or happiness in my childhood recollections, only terror and confusion. I notice things I once ignored. I see evil in things I once noticed. I ignore things I once cherished. I am afraid, and I am alone. But I am better off. The experience was cathartic. I see now. It's difficult to describe what I mean by this. I just see. I recognise the error in my ways and care more about setting things right now. I'm more apologetic, and I admit when I'm wrong. I lie less. I think I'll be okay again, somewhere down the road. The salvia trip, I think, alerted me of what I have been doing wrong, and as I gradually fix these things, I will come into happiness again. I will evolve and grow into a comfortable acceptance of life and an embrace of interest in causing good to flow. I just need time to recover. By our standard of time, the trip had probably lasted for about 10 minutes at the most. Though insignificant, this was enough time to change me. I feel I am altered irrevocably and drained unnecessarily, but I am changed for the good. Stay away from salvia if you want a fun experience with a recreational drug. Salvia is not that type of thing. It is a trip into your soul and spirit, an inquiry into the deepest and darkest essences of nature and existence. If you're in need of clarity or emotional reconciliation, on the other hand, I urge you to smoke salvia. The experience is humbling and ironically lucid. It will help you get on the right road again. It will expand your mind and open your heart. But most of all, I was almost immediately thrown into this altered reality, Horrorland. Hostile and unforgiving in nature, yet ironically whimsical or humorous. And it was without question the worst thing I have ever known. Since time had no meaning during the trip, it is difficult to speak of time. But for the sake of making sense of my experience, I shall attempt to discuss the following events in chronological order. In any case, there was no gap of time between my last conscious thought, and my perception of the entirely warped reality I was situated in presently. I perceived of no time at all, in fact. As far as I could tell, I had always existed in Horrorland, and I would remain there forever. I couldn't recall a single memory or recognise anything familiar or comforting. This was my existence. It always had been, and it always would be. Absolutely no question about it. Describing Horrorland is extremely difficult. I feel it's actually indescribable. The concepts and relationships therein were devoid of reason, order and sense. As such, I cannot use any word or phrase to express Horrorland with complete accuracy. It would be easiest if I imagine and describe how it might have looked from someone else's perspective. Not that anything could have existed outside this new reality, but an outsider would have seen a strange sight. To consider from a distance what I saw subjectively, perhaps as an image placed in the middle of a TV screen for easy observation, would have probably been equally terrifying. I should imagine, first, that the whole image was of a strange colour. There were angry, irritated hues of red. These expanded and curved with irregularity, and comprised a spectrum that ranged in colour from dying red rose petals to moist and cartoonish gums and lips. These red hues randomly and sporadically covered an awful, flesh-coloured spirally roll of organic, moisturised tarp that was rolling itself up. The tarp expanded infinitely. Part of it was still flat and unrolled, but the other part was barrelling and rotating forward, tucking into itself as it proceeded with such irresistible force. I myself existed as a part of this tarp, and this tarp was the only thing that existed. This fleshy tarp was steaming hot and glaringly unforgiving or violent. It was somehow living, conscious enough at least, to experience great confusion and agony. My conscious mind, in fact, resided in the most unfortunate and painful location on this tarp. I was suspended in this horrific stretching flatness, embedded mere fractions from the advancing roll, mere moments away from being wrapped up and suffocated with the rest of everything. Escape was impossible. All extant matter had succumbed or would succumb to this fate. At last, my time came, and I was lifted and turned by the advancing force, and thus I began a dizzying, suffocating, and torturous eternity, in which my flesh was fused in every direction, to the endless layers of tarp that had already been rolled and were still rolling and suffocating like a burning peach-coloured carpet of tortured souls. All the while, an overabundance of noise flooded my perception. This was too bizarre to make out. In retrospect, I can perhaps liken the noise I heard to shrill demon cries, mixed with this cacophonous symphony of horrible instruments. Everything was out of tune and morbidly inharmonious. It was almost like someone had recorded the last dying noises of every organism that had ever lived on Earth, combined all of these recordings over the top of each other on one tape, and forced me to lie down and listen, while the tape deafeningly blared from an infinite cluster of speakers surrounding me. Then I remember that there was an ineffable chorus of chanting. With each this horrible chorus increased in volume and moved 1/2 step higher in pitch, and with each the chorus maintained the volume and pitch of the directly tied to it, obviously slightly different inflection. This increase occurred in 4 stages. Then there was a brief silence, and then the chorus started from the top and decreased in volume and pitch with each descending back down to the original pitch and volume, and then the cycle was repeated once more. These images and noises kept repeating and resetting. I was moments away from being rolled. Then I was being rolled. Then I was suffocating within the infinite depths of the roll. Then the process repeated. I cannot truly say how many times this happened, but each time was just as horrifying and painfully uncomfortable as the last. It was the most overwhelming and powerful feeling of claustrophobia I have felt. It was like I was one insignificantly tiny pore amidst an infinite sea of duplicates. An endless and immeasurable cluster of minuscule pores condensed so tightly together that they were crowding into themselves and then compressing into nothingness. Still, the pores were too small to be perceived by an outside observer, hence the roll of a fleshy tarp would not have had any speckling. Each of the tiny pores represented a different person, and the people I knew were the pores that existed closer to my poor self. Ill-timed pun, I know. The pores that had been rolled up already represented people who were dead. The violently rolled up represented the passage of death. The worst part? My poor acquaintances were somehow communicating their disgust and contempt for me. I had no command over my senses, but I still managed to understand their horrible thoughts. Somehow, I was responsible for this madness. Even further, all of the death and suffering that had ever occurred were entirely my fault as well. Everyone hated me. I was scum. I'm not sure how I could have been responsible for such an odd event. This seemed illogical. Certainly I was not nearly powerful enough to cause such terror and destruction. But then again, in this warped existence, anything might have been possible. In Horrorland, there were no perceivable laws of time, and there were definitely no laws of space. I existed as a replication, and my consciousness was replenished and teleported time after time. There were no tangible faculties from the real world, only strangeness and horror. I could perhaps compare the entire thing to being caught beneath the bottom stair of an escalator, one that is made of a wet, flesh-like, membranous substance rather than metal and leather. This whole time, my frame of mind was chaotic. I had no control over my thoughts, but was able to shift my perspective with great effort. I managed to free myself of this terrifying, fleshy roll several times, but my view from the outside was no better. For each time I was freed, I looked back and saw these horrible eyes turning to meet me. Then, I was slowly sucked down into the hellish realm once again. Resistance was useless. This place refused to leave me alone. It was me, and I was it. We were bound, linked, destined to exist side by side in unparalleled anguish forever and ever. I was helpless, infantile, pathetic, unrefined, inferior, and emotionally plagued. When I did manage to shift my perspective, the images of Horrorland from the outside were sinister. I don't know how to describe this. It haunts my innermost thoughts. What I saw was a gigantic and evil, living mutilated thing. It spanned the entire frame of my vision and was the only thing I knew or ever knew. It was an enormous, frightening, mangled pouch of flesh with parts of a face. It was covered in an unkempt hide and spackled with dry, leathery skin and 2 patches of hair that resembled eyebrows. It was convulsing hysterically, laughing oafishly, undulating violently, bearing down on me with wide, malevolent eyes. A giant putrid mouth opened to reveal infinite rows of jagged, tearing teeth, suffocating me with random bursts of noxious black smoke, feeding or morphing me into it with sadistic relish, intending to consume me in a repeating cycle, awesome and endless, unchecked, all-powerful, the epitome of insidious. This indescribably evil image was repeating frame after frame. It was forever. It was everything. I could only assume that I existed within this horrible thing. Then I would be sucked back inside, where a different eternity awaited me. My soul was wailing with anguish and torture. This was the worst terror imaginable, and I would not wish it on anyone for any reason whatsoever. I felt like a confused infant, hysterical and panicky, suffocated and enclosed for no reason. Or perhaps a conscious amoeba, submerged in strange liquid under sadistic experimentation. Again, this membranous rift, this fleshy tarp, was crushing into me with intense power and determined persistence. There was no mercy, no compassion. Instead, I was hopelessly trapped in this wet, aggressive, rotating chasm that existed just beneath the normal world. In this way, the experience was brutally humorous. I sensed mildly that some sadistic supreme being was controlling what was happening. The being was clearly taking pleasure in my emotional and physical suffering, for he or she or it chose to tempt me with fleeting images of relief while keeping me confined to Horrorland. Indeed, I remember seeing images that I could recognise, but only briefly. I saw my acquaintance in several flashes. I also remember seeing The Simpsons on TV. But even so, I could not remember what these things were or what they meant. Nothing made sense, including myself. My ego, my perception, so far as I could tell, was meaningless and non-existent. I was not I just was. I was in an unwilling state of oneness with this bizarrely fascinating, yet extraordinarily horrifying place. I felt entirely helpless and exposed. I could neither move nor speak. I cannot write of this without getting chilled. It was so evil and indescribable. Interestingly enough, I felt no pain, though I remember feeling wondrous discomfort. The entirety of what I might inaccurately call my physical body was subjected to a relentless stretching, coupled with the feeling that trillions of ice-cold needles were pricking and jabbing at my skin. At the same time, I felt enclosed, suffocated, surrounded, and drenched in sweat. The fleshy wetness of this living membrane was destroying me, and I knew, with pure certainty, that there was no escaping this torturous hell. Then, everything changed, even more so than before. The place was utter chaos. Every tangible faculty was dissociated or segmented into its barest and most essential fragments. Things were morphing and forming and fusing into each other randomly, and I couldn't recognise where or even who I was. Blurry ridges of oscillating, cartoonish colour were expanding and snaking before my eyes, coalescing and piling together erratically, circuitously, and repetitively forming this terrifying and massive rift zipper that was violently bursting and tearing and shredding through reality. And the rift was going to shred me too. I was being sucked towards this destructive rift. I was even becoming it. All of my past traumatic memories came flooding back to me in an instant. I could remember every single instance of pain, scorn, emotional abuse, sickness, and tragedy from my life simultaneously. Each instance was replicating in my mind with horrible, horrible stubbornness. "What are you doing? Get out of there! Get out of there, eh? Don't go in there. What have you done? What have you done, eh? Eh? Eh?" A is my alias here. My mother and father were there too, as were my sisters and our old family pets. They were all grouped together, just outside the rift where I was confined, sneering at me with utter disgust and disapproval. Overwhelming waves of guilt struck me. I was solely and directly responsible for every single instance of suffering or bad fortune that any person had ever experienced. I felt I must pay for my actions. I've described all of this very poorly. Again, I simply cannot describe Horrorland accurately. It was far too bizarre and alien. What I can say, though, is that this existence is what I knew for a painful amount of time. My existence was a repeating cycle, a giant, inexhaustible gear of duplication. I was trapped there forever, with this horrible entity that endeavoured to consume me, or even fuse with me, aggressively and unceasingly. It is painful and scary to reconsider these things. It is almost overwhelming. The more I think of it, the more I realise that this trip was basically a huge set of impossibilities or paradoxes. I had no control of my senses, but my senses were overwhelmed. I could smell without smelling, hear without hearing, see without seeing, taste without tasting, feel without feeling, and also think and perceive without actually thinking or perceiving. I was dead. Then I was alive, but feeble and frail. Then I was very much alive. Then I was dead again. And then the cycle repeated again. I lost track of everything because there was nothing to even keep track of. I was no longer a thing because things no longer were. Everything was destroyed and it was all my fault. This whole trip lasted for too long. Long enough for me to take action. Although my mind was elsewhere, my physical body finally started and kicked into survival mode. Fight or flight. My acquaintance and the smoke shop employees later told me what I did. At first, I was convulsing on the ground. I was making guttural, grunt-like noises, and they were worried that I was having a seizure. After a few minutes, however, I stood up and walked out of the room and toward the exit. I collided with an employee on the way and rammed headlong into the glass door when I tried to leave. I eventually made it to my acquaintance's car. At this point, I was still seeing the alternate reality I described, so instead of trying to collect myself, I circled the car frantically and pulled on the door handles. They were locked, and I was confused. Sense and order was slowly returning to me by this time. I muttered something about nuclear holocaust and spread my arms over the top of the car. I rested my head on the sobering coldness of the roof, calming myself down and taking deep, refreshing breaths. I found with much relief that I was starting to remember things. At first, I could only remember and understand my most basic concepts of reality. Light, darkness, colour, noise. And then larger and more important concepts and ideas returned to me. My species, my sex, my name, self-identity. Then I could remember still more important concepts. Definitions, essences, beliefs, thoughts. This entire rejuvenation took a mere 5 minutes. I spent this entire time leaning against the door. Finally, everything came into place, and I could understand this current reality again. I was flooded by relief, but overcome by embarrassment. I started to realise how foolish I must have looked mere seconds ago. My acquaintance made sure I was alright, and we walked back into the smoke shop. We were greeted by a chorus of laughter and jesting. Everyone thought my clumsiness was hilarious. At first, I was shocked by this lack of sympathy, but I realised they were merely joking, and in any event, nothing was as bad as what I had just experienced. I didn't care that I had looked foolish. I was just immensely glad to be part of a normal, ordered existence again. I shouldn't say again, because it felt like the very first time. I had somewhat of a revelation even. It dawned on me that life is fragile and precious, and that I should cherish each moment through loving, laughing, listening, and learning. I realised how utterly privileged I am. I'm an American. I live in a country of pleasure addicts and the blissfully lazy. My parents are kind enough to pay for my college education, and my future is promising. I have the most beautiful and desirable quality, control over myself. I am reasonably free and unchecked in my pursuit of pleasure. I am extremely lucky and even spoiled. I considered these things very deeply as the night wore on. My acquaintance and I smoked the rest of the salvia, and this time I was able to control the trip and nothing bad had happened. After about half an hour of broken conversation, we decided to call it a night. We were both exhausted and stressed. I, in particular, was still jittery and anxious. During the drive home and for the rest of the evening, I spent a significant amount of time trying to compose myself. My mind kept recalling images of the horror I had just undergone. The fusing, shredding, ripping, destroying. In retrospect, I might compare this experience to being stuck on God's scroll of life. In Horrorland, God was ravelling the scroll as time proceeded, tucking all past life into a giant roll of Earth's history. Existence as we know it now was just one part of a timeline. I saw the passage of time from prehistory to the present. Ages frittered away in mere seconds. Life evolved from simplicity to complexity, and all the while, death loomed around the corner. I had glimpsed life's beginnings. At one point, I think I even became a single cell. It was awesome and cathartic, yet horrible and traumatic. A month and a half has passed since the trip. I'm not doing too well. I've had a history of mental illness, and I think the salvia provoked some latent symptoms buried deep within my psyche. I constantly reminisce on bad memories now. I cannot find any joy or happiness in my childhood recollections, only terror and confusion. I notice things I once ignored. I see evil in things I once noticed. I ignore things I once cherished. I am afraid, and I am alone. But I am better off. The experience was cathartic. I see now. It's difficult to describe what I mean by this, I just see. I recognise the error in my ways and care more about setting things right now. I'm more apologetic, and I admit when I'm wrong. I lie less. I think I'll be okay again, somewhere down the road. The salvia trip, I think, alerted me of what I have been doing wrong, and as I gradually fix these things, I will come into happiness again. I will evolve and grow into a comfortable acceptance of life and an embracive interest in causing good to flourish. I just need time to recover. By our standard of time, the trip had probably lasted for about 10 minutes at the most. Though insignificant, this was enough time to change me. I feel I am altered irrevocably and drained unnecessarily. But I am changed for the good. Stay away from salvia if you want a fun experience with a recreational club. Salvia is not that type of thing. It is a trip into your soul and spirit, an inquiry into the deepest and darkest essence of nature and existence. If you're in need of clarity or emotional reconciliation, on the other hand, I urge you to smoke salvia. The experience is humbling and ironically lucid. It will help you get on the right road again. It will expand your mind and open your heart. But most of all, it will fill you with terror so complex and unfathomable that you will have no choice but to examine yourself introspectively, and you will be all the better for it. I hope I never go back to horror. I think I will. It's calling to me.
There is no escape. Darken my shadow.
So before getting right into the trip, I want to add a bit of context on my situation at the time. It was the summer of 2021. I was 17 years old, and eating tabs of acid as if they were candy. Tripping was a part of my regular weekly routine this summer, and was for months prior to this summer too. I had no job, only half-assed schoolwork that was very easy due to COVID, a monthly allowance money that would go straight to LSD as soon as I would get it. Anytime I had 20 bucks and 12 hours to spare, I'd be tripping balls. Tolerance meant nothing to me. I saw no reason to wait between trips, because the internet had led me to believing that the substance was totally harmless as long as you knew how to handle it. My highest dose before this trip was 6 tabs by myself in the dark, and I took it like a champ. This led me to believe I was invincible, and could have an ego death outside and nothing would go wrong. Guess what happened? Things went wrong. I woke up at around 11 AM. I was very sleep deprived due to my weekly LSD-induced all-nighters, so this was the norm for me. I ate breakfast, brushed my teeth, and immediately leave my house without saying anything to my family except for, "Bye, see you later, I'm gonna hang out with friends." I then catch the bus to the side of the city where I spent most of my days hanging out in high school, opposite to the area I lived in. Before beginning the trip, I wanted to stop at a grocery store to chat with a girl I was seeing at the time. She was working there, so I stopped by and talked to her on a break. As she went back to work, I said my goodbye and walked down the corner. I then proceeded to step into an alleyway, whipped 5 tabs of acid out of my pocket, and thoughtlessly slammed them onto my tongue. I was ready for a good time. After doing that and taking a picture of my tongue out to send to my friends, I began walking down a side street to a local park that I frequented, and spent nights partying there. As I was walking there, I could feel the tabs breaking apart in my mouth as I salivated like a wild animal in excitement. I could taste that very slight, not really bitter, but just that tangy electric feeling you get when you have a bunch of acid on your tongue, and know what seemed to come. Eventually, I arrived at the local park, and began navigating my way through the back trails nobody went on in the daytime. These areas of the park were very obscure and out of the way, but I knew them like the back of my hand from all the nights spent partying here with other teenagers. On the way, I unexpectedly passed by an older person doing nature photography, so I smile and say hello. Then I settle down at the spot I plan to chill out. I take off my bag and pull out a few essential items I had with me in preparation for the trip. My phone, my speaker, a couple grams of bud, and a bowl with a lighter. I set up a camp on this little rock and I put on some music. I start with the classic Pink Floyd record, Dark Side of the Moon. I've heard the album before, but never the whole thing in its entirety while tripping. So I eagerly press play on the album and listen as I wait for effects. At this point I can slowly feel the trip starting to creep upon me. I'm super happy and excited at this point, ready for some wicked, mind-bending out-of-body experiences to occur for the remainder of the day. Not even a tad bit concerned about the fact that I am alone, miles away from home, and outside while they will be happening. As I'm approaching the end of the album, I can feel my ego starting to dissolve into nothingness. Now, for most people this can be a life-changing, insanely difficult experience that is a challenge to overcome. However, given that this was about my 40th trip in a year, and probably my 4th or 5th one in the last month, my ego was basically in a constant state of suppression, and over this summer, I essentially gave myself HPPD. So for me, in this moment, the ego death was smooth like butter. I effortlessly let go of my sense of self, as I usually did, and just went with the flow. I vividly remember the song titled Brain Damage had a very profound message to me at the time. The lyrics, "The lunatic on the grass," hit me dead in the face as I was sprawled out on the grass with my belongings scattered around me at that moment. For those who've never experienced ego death, what it is like for me is all of my problems, insecurities and things I dislike about myself just start getting shoved in my face in a totally ruthless, unavoidable way. Ever since my first time having it, I thought it was gnarly as fuck. So those lyrics really hit home, because it was something I was deep down insecure about at the moment. Shortly after that song, the album ends, and I move on to my next album of choice, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. This is where shit really starts to hit the fan. So as the very first song on the album is playing, I decide it's now time to smoke some weed. I pack up a bowl and face it, feeling groovy. I then pack up a second one, and halfway through smoking I begin absolutely blasting off into hyperspace. I then put the bowl down and let the visuals take over. Everything began to explode into an infinite void of fractals and kaleidoscopes, unlike anything you could ever imagine unless you've experienced it. For example, I would turn my head to look at a tree, and boom, the tree and its surroundings would violently rip apart into a void of kaleidoscopes. I'd noticed that and glance at the ground. The same thing would happen with the dirt underneath me. Within this infinite void of fractals lived entities. How I view these entities personally is a visual manifestation of my subconscious mind. It takes the wheel over your conscious mind whenever a person is in a high-dose psychedelic state. So, for example, I would be laying down listening to the music, and all the words in every single song would be spoken back to me by these giant beings in the sky that were telepathically communicating with me, and they were spoken back to me in a way where it would relate to my problems. The overall message these entities were telling me through the song lyrics was basically, "You fucked up, you stupid kid. You really have gotten yourself into quite a predicament. You're miles away from home with no help, and you're about to be having a little chat with us for the next 8 to 12 hours. All the while this is happening, I'm convinced that I'm hearing people talk around me. People in the park knowing I'm on acid. And at one point I remember even hallucinating construction vehicles and police cars through the trees in a nearby residential driveway. I looked at my phone. It was only 1:30 PM. So now it has dawned on me that I'm simply not going to be able to find my way home. I caught the bus out here after all. How am I going to properly navigate Google Maps and catch a bus downtown, and then another bus back to my house tonight at 8 PM, when every time I look at something, it explodes into an incomprehensible sea of geometry and alien beings? At that moment I rationalised it is simply not possible. I was half blacked out and unable to see 2 feet in front of me because the visuals were just overwhelming. There was no chance in hell I would find my way back home safely today. This is when panic began to set in. Luckily one of my friends happened to be biking over to the park I was tripping at, and I knew this. So I pick up my phone, unlock it, open Snapchat, and frantically begin typing borderline unreadable messages due to them being so poorly spelt. Overall though, I got the point across that I was having a bad trip, and I understood the location he told me to meet him at. However, I'm still not convinced that I'm safe. So what does my stupid, mid-ego death self decide to do? Call my mum. I remember the words I said to her so clearly. "Mum, I took too much acid, I need your help." I sounded like a scared little child on the phone with her. Obviously, she was not a very happy camper upon hearing this. She had plans to go to my older brother's house in the next city over for us, and was in the car heading there as I called her. Even though she was pissed off at me, she still did come all the way down to the side of the city I was at to pick me up, thankfully. So after I hang up the phone with my mum, and I'm assured she is coming, and I'll be okay, I begin walking out of my secret spot to go find my friend who's coming to meet me in the park. I'm stumbling my way down the trail, and mid-ego death, it feels like it is a total walk of shame. I feel like I'm a living stereotype of a dumb kid who took too much acid and needs to be rescued by his parents. I felt like I had a massive dunce cap on my head. And I basically did with the way I was robotically stumbling through the grass. Hardly even walking on the sidewalk correctly, with cars and joggers and kids playing on a playground all around me. Eventually though, I meet up with my friend, and although I feel a bit relieved, I'm still acting like a complete nervous wreck next to him. I felt so bad for inconveniencing him and making him come out of his way to help me. I felt like a bad friend. I was just so much more ashamed and insecure than I normally would be, because that's the way it can be when you're in this kind of high-dose state. As we're walking down the street, we spot my mum's car and walk me over to her. She gets out of the car and is screaming and yelling at me, and all I can say is, I'm sorry, Mum," over and over again. I don't remember too clearly, but I believe my friend attempted to calm her down and offered me some water. My mum then yelled at me to get in the car, and I complied. Meanwhile, my hand is shaking uncontrollably as I try to sip this water, and end up crushing the bottle and spilling it all over myself. I wave bye to my friend and thank him for being there for me as we drive off. Now, I am in the car, sitting next to my two younger brothers and my niece. The oldest one of them is only 12 years old, so they have no idea what's happening. My stepdad is in the front seat. As my mum is driving away, I'm just endlessly apologising to her, and my stepdad calmly tells me to just chill out, and to not say anything about what is going on in order to not let the little kids know. He tells me to just close my eyes and rest my head. So I do as he says, but whenever I close my eyes, I begin having some absolutely crazy, indescribable out-of-body experiences. I'm not talking like some cool patterns and stuff, nah, this is on a whole different level. I'm talking about visiting other dimensions, going to heaven and hell, seeing the framework of how life works, getting stuck in infinite time loops, that kind of stuff. The most interesting part about the things I was experiencing was that they would cause me to start uncontrollably and unknowingly begin moving around in the car. My younger brothers told me after the fact that I was sticking up my middle finger and squirming my hands around the walls, puttering nonsense and a whole bunch of other stuff. All of this I only vaguely remember, as my memory was completely shot in the moment. It was like a psychedelic blackout. At one point, I open my eyes and say out loud, "Nothing matters," to my family, and proceed to bang my head against the window and attempt to die and go to heaven. I'd flex all of my muscles and convulse because I thought I was dying. I was moving around the car so much it affected my mum's driving and could have potentially ended in a car accident. I was totally out of control of my own body. Eventually, by the time we luckily and safely got to my older brother's house, everyone had gotten out of the car besides me. What I happened to be doing was flailing around the back seat of the car, screaming, shoving my face into the seats, unknowingly, because at that moment, I was experiencing some sort of infinite hell. I remember being stuck in an infinite time loop, where I was cursed to live the worst possible version of my life for the rest of eternity. So I was sitting in my own pile of metaphorical shit, and all the bad deeds I've ever done, I was forced to keep reliving it forever and ever. I hardly even knew I was on drugs at this point. I was just in this hell forever. This caused me to act a fool in the back seat, all screaming and convulsing and stuff, and then completely blacked out. Next thing I know, I wake up in my stepdad's arms. I hear him say, "What's your name? What's your mum's name? What's my name? What's your dad's name? Are you okay?" I replied to all the questions correctly and hopped up out of his arms. I grabbed my phone and got out of the car. My older brother is in his truck next to my mum's car and he pulls up, so I jump in his car and just say to him, "Bro, I'm tripping balls." He just kind of chuckles, and we talk for a bit as I regain composure. He drives around the block a few times and then pulls into his garage. Now even though I'm still tripping, I totally regain my composure. I'm just sitting in my brother's house with all our family and his fiancée, eating pizza like it's a normal family event. My little brother starts asking me questions about what acid is and how it makes you see things that aren't there, so I just avoid him. Then my older brother pulls me aside and brings me into his garage, where he talks to me and lays some life advice on me, telling me to never do acid again. He goes over what I did in the car, and I knew I freaked out and I could vaguely piece together certain parts of it, but I didn't know how bad it really was from my parents' and siblings' point of view. From there on, my mum leaves me to spend the night at my brother's house because she's too pissed off at me to deal with my shit. So for the rest of the night, I'm just tripping balls with my older brother, and it feels like I'm only on 1 or 2 tabs. Eventually we smoke some weed, which brings the intensity back up to a point where I can't really converse with him. After that, I go lay down and put the blankets over my head with my earbuds in, and let the visuals slowly take over. Eventually, I got up again and ate more food as the weed wore off. That's just how the rest of the night went. We just chilled out, smoked weed, and I told him about what I went through mentally that day as I slowly came down. I was up all night long, till 6 AM the next day. After that, it was finally over. As for the repercussions of this trip, I got grounded, of course. I got a very angry call from my dad after my brother told him what happened. In an attempt to scare me away from psychedelics, my dad found out. I got a lot of long talks from my parents. Thankfully I had no psychological damage or PTSD from this trip. After it was over, I just thought to myself, okay, well, I guess that just happened. And I moved on with life. However, one negative repercussion I faced mentally was due to my excessive heavy usage of the drug over a long period of time. I developed a weird form of HPPD, or hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, which lasted for the next few months. It wasn't diagnosed, and it wasn't even the kind of HPPD where I was consistently seeing hallucinations in my daily life. What it was a constant feeling of paranoia and being on edge. I always felt like my parents knew when I was up to something bad, and I felt like I was being watched, or there were cameras in my house. It was very weird and strange, and it's something that slowly creeped up on me after months of weekly, sometimes multiple times a week level usage. After this trip though, I took a long hiatus from psychedelics. Within the next few months, the paranoia went away, and since then I have now graduated high school with very high grades, and take life much more seriously. No longer will I make such careless and reckless decisions like the one I did that day. Lessons to be learned. Don't trip every weekend for months on end, and don't have an ego death outside.
Melted to perfection. Try the new toasted baguettes from Panera.
Communication from the other side. A DMT trip report. Date: Friday, May 20th, 2022. Time: 11 PM till 11:15 PM. Set and setting: lying in bed, no rush, totally relaxed, ready to go to sleep. Background: I'm 50 years old and a late bloomer when it comes to tripping. I'm fairly new to psychedelics. I've used mushies about 8 times with the doses ranging from 1 to 5 grams. I've used also DMT about 20 times over the last 3 months or so. I use a vape pen. While every DMT trip of mine was bizarre, as DMT trips tend to be, I had one that was just a different kind of bizarre than anything else, hence my desire to share the report. My normal trips typically start with visuals of Aztec-like figures and then fast-moving activities such as carnival-type stuff and gambling halls. Then it goes deeper to different kind of space realms and different worlds or dimensions. I normally see entities, but I can't recall if I interact with them or not. I think so, but I can't remember what they said if they said something. Although I feel more wise the next day. They come up. Well, during this last trip, I met an entity that seemed to be determined to communicate with me in a more practical way. When I started to hallucinate, for about the 3rd draw from the pen, I felt the presence of an entity by my side, although I did not see him. Normally, there is a sense of losing your own ego, but this time I felt the presence of another entity, in the same way as if another person is in the room. This time, the trip also felt slower, more cognitively processable. The trip. The weirdness started when he placed a kind of marker in the first world or dimension that I have entered. It was like a spot of light made up by red, green and blue energy, with a kind of 3D cubed force field around it. So when I passed through the different worlds or dimensions, I could always see the same marker in each one of them. It always looked the same, no matter how different the worlds were in their structure. I've travelled from worlds with a purely physical nature to ones that were more energetic and spiritual in nature. From deep, dark, demonic type worlds to bright and happy ones. All had the same marker or reference point. This trip was a lot more about thoughts than visuals. I'm not sure if thoughts were planted in my brain as a kind of communication or learning of some sort. During the trip, it felt like there were 3 reasons why the entity placed the marker. 1, he was trapped in a dimension where he could not get out and kind of cry for help. It's kind of like how you would use a light flare if you were lost at sea. I felt like I needed to go help him. 2, as with DMT trips, you remember but don't remember at the same time. It felt as if the entity was myself, but from a different dimension, marking it to show me that I am existing in another dimension as well. Kinda like you would make a knot in your handkerchief to remember something. I'm sure I would not have remembered this trip if it was not for that marker. 3. It was kind of as if it wanted to communicate that these dimensions are real and not just imagined. All activities are happening at the same time and in the same space. In other words, universes are just different kinds of perceptions, otherwise known as a parallel universe. They're all real, but don't exist within themselves, but purely constructed by consciousness. It's hard to explain right. The type of consciousness determines how that particular dimension is constructed. Kinda lines up with new discoveries in quantum physics, if I understand it properly. The come down. Normally my come down from a DMT trip just consists of a fading of visuals into just outlines of colours. Kinda looks like spider's webs, outlines of images. I'm normally super relaxed and my heart rate seems to fall dramatically during this phase. Well, this time, 2 questions popped into my mind. 1. Could it be that the second entity is a defence mechanism for my mind, just to not completely give up the ego? Kinda like an imaginary friend. That would be kinda sad. 2. If the entity was myself, what steps could possibly be made to integrate this knowledge? This changes everything. After about 20 minutes, I got up and went to make myself a cup of coffee. I felt that I had a lot to think about. I would like to hear from anybody that may have experienced such a kind of trip. Or do you have any advice on what to make of it? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks. Hein. The casino at the centre of the universe. A 4.5 gram psilocybe cubensis trip report. This incident occurred around late 2016 or so. I had long been interested in psilocybin mushrooms and psychedelics generally, and after having had a few heroic doses under my belt over the years, I felt it was time to cultivate some for myself. I mean, how hard could it be? Surely my first attempt would be poor. I was no stranger to strong psychedelics, having brewed numerous powerful ayahuasca brews using as many different leaves, barks and seeds as I could possibly source, and even growing Salvia divinorum plants in my California dining room. I'd used LSD and LSA, even Datura, but not nearly to the extent I was even slipped PCP once, not to my knowing, and that was not a particularly pleasant experience. Finally ready to grow mushrooms, I quickly rushed to order some spores, and after a few days, held up in customs, the specimens were released, and I promptly got to work as soon as they arrived. Contents: 1 envelope signed and sanctioned by customs, for microscopy use only, and gift: a 10cc syringe of psilocybe cubensis golden teacher spores suspended in distilled water. Fast forward some weeks, and much nail biting later, a healthy first flush of shrooms are ready to be picked and prepared, according to the fruiting checklist. One mushroom even clocked in at over 60 grams itself. The pileus, cap, was as big as an adult hand. I could tell I got very lucky with the genetics in these, as the bluing reaction was beyond extreme. The stem has literally turned charcoal black with a deep tinge of blue-purple when the stipe, or stem, were cut from the cakes. I immediately knew I had some real bangers here. I was beyond eager to test the strength of these puppies, and my girlfriend and I planned to go to a casino a few hours away the coming weekend. What better place to test these puppies out than a casino? I carefully measured out around 4.5 grams of dried material, equal parts caps to stems, and put them in my shirt pocket, and we headed to the casino. After arriving and parking on the roof lot, I downed a beer or two that we had brought to help wash the mushrooms down. It wasn't particularly pleasant or tasty. I also smoked some cannabis to hopefully potentiate the effects. After consuming the dried specimens, we entered the casino. My girlfriend was not taking any, and she was going to be on hand to protect me and pull me out of there if things got dicey. It didn't take long before I could start to feel the mostly familiar effects. It seemed as if the air was sucked out of the surrounding spaces. The intricate Indian patterns in the casino popped with sharpness and colour, and things started to distort visually. The carpet designs and wall sconces made me especially dizzy. The lights were too bright, yet impossible to not stare at. Everything took on a slight watery shimmer, and had a mild vibration or distortion of some sort. I could feel the top of my head start to feel lighter, as if it was dissolving and opening up to the universe. My brain and headspace started to feel impossibly large. I was familiar with these effects, but I was not used to them coming on this fast. 40 minutes to an hour and 20 was basically standard, but I was only about T plus 20 into the trip. I pulled my girlfriend aside and told her, "Fuck, I'm tripping hard already. These things are crazy." We wandered around as the mushrooms took a stronger hold on my reality and psyche. The slot machines were downright mesmerising, but the casino was so packed that night that none of the machines I wanted were available. I wasn't particularly interested in any of the old reel and wheel one-armed bandits. There were even a long line for a lot of the more entertaining machines. We just continued to go machine to machine, and I would stand behind the player literally watching the slot machines respond to my very thought. It was at this point that the strangest and most bizarre aspect of the trip was in full force. The entire universe had seemingly inverted itself around my consciousness. My physical perceptions and vantage point of experiencing standard reality were unchanged, but the feeling of an inverted reality was ineffable and totally inescapable. It was literally mind-blowing, as if a deeper level of my existence phased out into a parallel opposite. I had become everything that wasn't me, yet I was me, while retaining an ordinary perspective on reality, but my control of things seemed externalized. It is impossible to describe. My thoughts were being manifested in real time just short moments later. The glove of my conscious experience of the universe was turned inside out for a few hours. I had entered an inverted, yet totally perceptibly identical version of our manifest reality. It was as if I had become the Wizard of Oz or something. We continued to go from machine to machine, and everyone was winning. If I thought in my mind that 3 golden tickets were going to come up on a Willy Wonka machine, it did. Even the wild minigames that get people up from their seats. Old ladies were so ecstatic that I'm surprised none of them had heart attacks. I watched many hundreds, if not quite a few $1,000s pour out of these machines as I watched, and literally willed it to happen, hopelessly knowing that I would never get a moment on any of them. We wandered around the huge casino some more, checking in on the live free music in the Wolf's Den, and we hit the roulette tables. I went up to the plexiglass guard that surrounds the wheel on a game that was ready to start. Everyone had placed their bets and the wheel starts spinning. I casually say, 28, and after some time, it hits 28. People look strangely as the table is raked clear of hundreds of dollars in chips. We leave the table, heading to hopefully find an open video poker so we can pull our $1 free beer trick on the machines. We crossed paths with a woman that was at a roulette table down the way, and I have the urge to ask her if any particular number was hitting for her tonight. She replies, 28 has been really good. And we head to the video poker. No open games. It had probably been 2 hours after ingestion at this point, so the psilocybin and psilocin was coursing through my blood at full clip. It even felt like my blood was electricity or some type of foreign energy. At this point, we decided to go sit down and order some pizza. Not my idea. My mind was blown when my girlfriend ordered what I thought was a root beer, but the liquid was clear. I thought that this was part of the trip, but I had apparently never seen birch beer soda before. It felt like I was from an alien universe. At one point, I also thought I was hearing birds chirping while we were waiting for our pizza, but the waitress laughed and pointed out wall-mounted speakers that were in fact playing actual bird noises. No auditory hallucinations there, thank God. I opted for a Caesar salad and tried to stomach a slice of pizza. It felt weird eating pizza in this state, even though I knew it was delicious. I couldn't shake the incredibly alien feeling of having the universe completely inverted around my centre of consciousness. I tried to explain it to my girlfriend, but she just said I was tripping. I thought to myself, if I could reliably invoke this type of state and have a wingman for betting, I could completely rule these friends out. After eating, I noticed there was a table with my game of choice nearby. Craps. It was a $5 table, and there was room for me at my favourite spot on the table.
I heard about a preacher who studied John 3:16 for all of his whole ministry and intensely studied it so that when he was about to retire, he had produced 600 unique outlines on John 3:16.
I waited about a half hour for my turn to shoot the dice to come around. My girlfriend was off to the side of the table to keep an eye on me. I was terrified to accidentally look anyone in the eye. My pupil was probably jet black with no trace of blue at that point. The anxiety level was rising, but I held my composure and placed some frugal bets. I probably only had about $65 in chips to experiment with. I ordered 3 drinks, and so did my girlfriend. I started my hand with relatively conservative bets, and the game took off quickly. In my tripped out state, I was amazed that I was able to keep up with the pace of the action. As I started to get deeper into my hand, the bets on the opposite side of the table were piling up into towers of chips, and many of the stacks were changing colours. There were even stacks of high-dollar bumblebee chips forming. Got to the point where I could hardly throw the dice without knocking a few stacks over at a time. The people betting were cheering with more fervour every throw of the dice, and even the workers at the table seemed impressed. At this point I was at least 50 shots in without throwing a 7, and one guy started placing oppositional bets that paid 30 to 1, but only good for the next throw. This cat bet on 12, double box cards, and by God it hit. He takes most of his winnings and places a higher bet on the same thing, and it hit again. The table literally erupts, and scores of people start crowding the slowly $5 bets over to see what the risks are about. He takes his winnings again and places an even higher bet on the 30 to 1 double box card, and it hits for the 3rd time in a row. People were literally freaking out. The towers of chips on the far end of the table are even higher and more numerous. Easily many tens of thousands of dollars on the $5 table. This piqued the curiosity of the pit boss and his lackeys as they come down from the camera rooms and whatnot. They inspect me like a hawk and keep checking the dice, even swapping out the dice for others just to be sure I wasn't cheating. I made sure to remain composed and keep my hands on the table side in plain view at all times. I continued to make more shots without throwing a 7 until one person spills his drink on his shirt. That clued me in somehow that this run was soon over, so I asked to take down my bets, ensuring I would lose the least amount possible in the inevitable 7 out. It happens as I expected, and there was a big "Oh!" from the table, followed by cheering and rejoicing. An incredibly sexy and attractive woman from the other side of the table, who had obviously won a nice sum of money, ran over and embraced me, begging me to stay longer. It's probably almost 3:30 AM by now, so I told her I had to go. Other people came up and said, "Do you know how much money you just made me?" I was in no shape to tally up the damage, and my girlfriend was obviously not happy about this fine-ass girl making a pass at me. She promptly escorted me from the casino floor. We leave the casino and get on the highway to our hotel, which is quite a ways away. At this point she pulls over the car because she can't see. Her contacts were acting up and she didn't bring a pair of glasses. She tells me that I have to drive. At first I wasn't sure if she was joking, but the crying and her pain proved otherwise. I get behind the wheel and off we go. I was still tripping very hard, and the edges of cars and other features curled unnaturally and projected into an impossibly infinite vanishing point, and the lights were unbearable. I had this moment of realization that the inverted universe perspective was still at full throttle. I was able to know what other drivers were going to do before they even did. I even made an effort to tell my girlfriend what they were going to do, and I was correct every time. There was a car in front of us at some point with a custom license plate that said Karma. I thought to myself, is this karma? Is this what I get for trying to be some sort of astral badass and control the universe to make money? But I digress. No one at that craps table even tossed me a single dollar for what they won under my hand. I hardly won anything, which is exactly why we're driving to literally nowhere for a shitty hotel room that wasn't $450. Later in the drive, a strange, monotonous and plodding song came on whatever obscure radio station we had on. It was at least 3:45, if not 4 AM at this point, so some pretty weird stuff was bound to be in. This particular track seemed to just stretch into infinity, and it captured my mind like being trapped in a tunnel. I just wanted to drive to the over. Minutes felt like hours, and I even said to my girlfriend, I don't think I can do this anymore. Eventually though, we reached the hotel, more like a motel, and I immediately went to the bathtub to try and sober up so I could sleep. I must have spent at least 45 minutes in the tub, and it felt like the grey matter of my brain was being involuntarily massaged by the hand of God or something. It was a very strange sensation, and I didn't particularly want it to continue. I got out of the tub and had to somewhat reluctantly refuse sex from a girlfriend, as there was no way that was possible. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep somewhere. I guess you could say there was a special breed of high roller at the casino that night. I'm still looking for answers to this day. So, do you ever remember reading the classic Where's Wally books back in the day? Or Where's Waldo? I'll never get used to saying it that way. Well, did you know he actually has a stoner cousin? In fact, he actually has 8 of them, and they can be found on every page in this book. I actually found one of them right here. Tell you what, I'm clever mean, I swear down. Not gonna lie, the artwork in this book is absolutely class. I'm really happy to endorse this product because genuinely it's something I would have just bought outright and played with myself. And to be honest, I actually did just buy it outright because I genuinely was happy to support it. I also know that it's something you guys would genuinely enjoy. There's so many great references to stoner, hippie, psychedelic culture, as well as homages to pieces of artwork such as Hieronymus Bosch, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the Stoned Ape Theory. It's cool to finally have the ability to talk about some sponsored content that I think is really creative. I showed the book to my mates and they were absolutely transfixed. They're all going to get a copy as soon as they can. 20 different artists came together to produce this, and you can obviously tell there's a lot of love and care that went into making it. It's fun for the whole family. And if you fancy buying it, the link's down in the description. So yeah, don't forget to check them out, and without further ado, let's start today's video. This trip occurred on December 2nd, 2022. My parents were out of town for the weekend, so I'd been planning this trip for weeks, knowing they would be away, and that I could have the privacy I needed for the experience. I had a rather normal morning, went to the gym, came home, grabbed a shower and ate a light lunch. At approximately 2:45 PM, I decided it was time and went up to my room, lit some candles, and began to weigh out 5 grams of mushrooms. This was a very normal dose for me, and one I've taken many times before, and I've had extremely positive and transformative experiences on. About 3 PM, I finished eating them and lit a joint containing about 1 gram of marijuana. This was also very normal for me. I usually smoke about half a joint to help calm my nerves and ease my mind. I did exactly that. Smoked about half the joint and began to feel the effects of the mushrooms rather quickly. About 10 to 15 minutes after finishing to be exact. This was definitely a little quicker than I was used to feeling, but I didn't really think too much of it. I began to play some music on my speaker, very low-key and relaxing songs, nothing that would influence the trip too much, and went over to my bed and laid down facing the ceiling. At this point in the trip, the visuals really started to come over me, seeing patterns and shapes everywhere, and I could feel my mind expanding by the second. Everything was going normal for me. I started having deeper and more profound thoughts. I was thinking a lot about the government and how I don't agree with how we run our society, and how it's wrong for people in power to try to force others to have certain beliefs and opinions. This is something I think about a lot while I'm eating. Not exactly sure why I go to this thought a lot, but I just think it's ignorant to try and make people believe or conform to certain things, or act in certain ways, because obviously, everyone's going to have their own opinions and thoughts, and I don't think it's right to try to push people down a certain path. Things began to shift a little next. The music I was playing went to a song I didn't like, so I went to change it, but I hate being on my phone whilst I'm tripping. So I ended up not picking another song and began to lay in my bed in silence. In the moment, I didn't really think too much of it. However, thinking back on it now, this would prove to be a significant event. I normally have some music or the TV on, or just something to keep me connected to reality. After the music went out, I really started to dive deeper into my own mind. I remember thinking about how self-conscious I can be, how anxious I always am, and how critical I am of every little thing about myself. I always have the constant feeling when I'm out in public that all the attention is on me, not in a cocky sense, but because of how much anxiety I have. While these thoughts were going through my head, I burst out laughing and said something along the lines of, "You idiot, no one is paying attention to you." This wasn't in a negative sense, but more just a joking way of trying to make myself realise how untrue that is, and to learn to just relax, and not let my anxiety control me. At this point, I remember getting the urge to use the bathroom. I got up and went, and then when I came back into my room, I popped my door open with a door. This is mainly because my dogs were downstairs, and I wanted them to be able to come in and out of my room as they pleased. I was standing in the middle of the room, and I began to take my clothes off, which I realised may be odd, but I often get this urge when I trip because I like to try and focus on how my body is feeling, and not be influenced by my clothes touching my skin. I shut my curtains as well, which similarly to the music shutting off, I didn't really think much of it first, but I also believe now that this proved to have an effect on where my trip would soon begin to go. I sit down on my carpet in the middle of the floor on the right, the visual effects continuing to rise and still feeling my mind expanding by the second. This is where things really began to shift for me. I don't remember too much about the next few minutes that occurred, but I do remember that my dogs began to bark downstairs. I tried to focus on the breath to not get frustrated, and I remember yelling out, "I'm God! Please stop barking and just let me be God!" They proceeded to stop, and then I fully laid down on my carpet, staring up at my ceiling once again. I really started to get into my own mind. I remember thinking, or maybe even saying to myself, anything like this. This is the strongest trip I've ever had. I am God. A little more time went by. I can't recall how much, but these thoughts continued to occupy my mind. The next thought that came over me would drive my trip for about the next 4 hours or so. I'm dying. At first I didn't take it too seriously. Passing it off as just another thought, even though I moved on to other things. However, this thought wouldn't leave my mind, and it soon began to completely envelop me. I started thinking, wait, am I dying? Is this what dying is? I can't tell if I'm dead or alive. I remember my dog started barking at me and I was frustrated. I leaned over and grabbed the pillow holding the door open and said, "Please stop barking, I'm literally dying right now, just let me die in peace." I slid the door shut and held the pillow in my arms, hugging it as I truly began to believe I was experiencing death. I remember thinking about your video on the 10-gram mushroom trip report, facing insanity. This is what I was talking about in that video. This is what dying is. More and more fear started to come over me, and panic quickly ensued. The visuals I was seeing were far more prominent than anything I'd ever experienced before. Everything was moving and shifting, and it really felt like I was seeing the world through the eyes of God. The thoughts kept racing. I started to become really disassociated from myself, from where I was. I kept thinking about the world and the universe, and when I think about it, everything felt so small. It felt like my mind was bigger than anything else that existed. It truly felt like I was in another dimension. I kept looking at the clock in my room to try and gauge how long it had been, and thinking about how long this was going to last. I had no sense of time anymore. Every time I looked, I couldn't tell how long it had been or what time it was the last time I looked. I started to feel like I was outside the concept of space and time. They didn't exist anymore. This was around the time my panic became much worse, because I truly felt like I was going to be trapped inside this mindset for eternity. I thought that this was going to be my existence forever, and I would never return back to myself or what I knew as my reality. I started to become very emotional, crying while thinking about the people who I thought would never see me or know me for who I was ever again. I started to feel like I had two minds or two levels of consciousness. On one end, I felt like myself, the one who was dying and was going to be lost in this headspace forever. And then on the other end, I felt like I was God, who was witnessing this entire event taking place. The thought kept coming over me, like a voice was saying to me, "You have no idea what you're messing with." And I remember sitting up and saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Just repeating these words over and over because I felt like I was being punished in some way for taking these mushrooms to try and answer the deeper and more profound questions I have about life. These were typical questions. What is the meaning of life? Why and how am I here? What happens when I die? I began to hug and hold myself tightly, saying things like, "I'm so sorry, brother, but this has to happen. I love you, and this is for the best, and you'll make it through this." I kept repeating all these things and more, as I kept diving deeper into the pure madness I was feeling. It became this incredibly raw and emotional experience. I was overwhelmed with pain and sorrow, as I truly believed I was saying goodbye to myself and who I knew myself to be. But, at the same time, I kept trying to reassure myself that this was happening for a reason, and that it needed to happen. This whole time, I kept trying to remind myself, "You're just tripping. It always ends, and it's going to end this time, just like all the others." But every time I had this thought, it would be gone in seconds, overpowered by the fact that I had never experienced anything like this in my life. I can't describe the feeling of wanting to escape my own mind so badly, and being terrified that I couldn't get out of it. I remember standing up and leaning against my bed, trying to gather myself and get myself out of this panic. But no matter what I did, my mind always returned to the fact that I truly believed I was dying. I thought about trying to sleep it off, but when I thought about sleep, I knew I'd never be able to, and it felt like I'd never be able to sleep again. This only furthered my panic and fear that I would never get out of this headspace. I began pacing around my room wanting someone there to comfort me, thinking of my parents, my sister, my closest friends. I thought about the 10-gram mushroom trip report video again, remembering how the writer said that they were glad they didn't call anyone because they knew all they'd do is scare them. I knew how true that was, and as awful as I was feeling, and as much as I believed that this was never going to end, in the back of my mind, I knew it would be over soon, and I would be glad I didn't reach out to anyone at all. I kept saying to myself, "I love you. You'll make it through this, I promise. Repeating that over and over while still crying and hugging myself, trying to do anything to get myself through it all. At one point I looked at myself in the mirror and said, I'm so sorry this is happening to you. You'll get through this, I promise. I walked over next to my bed because I began to feel nauseous, and honestly I wanted to throw up because I just wanted to do anything to make this end. I grabbed my trash can and my entire body was shaking. I kept repeating things similar to what I'd said before, just trying anything to help myself through what was happening. I ended up making myself get sick because I just wanted it to end so badly. After I threw up, the visual was still very strong, and I obviously knew it wasn't going to instantly stop, but I felt a little better because in some way I knew me getting sick proved there would be an end to this. However, I was still very emotional, still crying, and I began venting about things in my life that caused me anger and frustration. Basic things like a breakup I recently had, work troubles, people making untrue and unfair remarks about me. In yet another weird way, this helped make me feel a little better too, as these things helped to connect me to the person I knew myself to be. I remember thinking I needed to keep connecting myself back to reality. Turn on my TV, open my curtains, put my clothes back on. Just get out of my room and be away from the place where I felt I'd just experienced my own death. So I went downstairs, which certainly was the right decision to continue calming myself down. Seeing my dogs was very helpful. I pet them and sat on my couch as I finally started to feel like I was sober again. I just felt so grateful to feel sober. I was just so happy that the nightmare I felt I just went through was over. I had now realised it had been about 4 hours. I couldn't believe it hadn't been longer. I thought about myself being at the gym that morning, feeling like that was a lifetime ago. I remember feeling similar to how the writer of the video felt. I felt stupid that I let myself panic so bad. But during that whole time, there was nothing anyone could have said or done to make me believe I wasn't dying. After another hour or two, I called my best friend. While I knew he had never had an experience like this before, we'd done mushrooms many times together, so I knew he'd understand better than most. We talked for about an hour, and I went to bed shortly after, still attempting to understand what had just happened and why it happened. The next day was definitely off for me. I went out just to grab some lunch, a place I often go to, and I remember stopping and questioning my reality. I struggled to connect myself to what was real and what wasn't. Honestly, writing this now, almost a week later, I still find I'm having to re-establish myself in reality and reconnect with who I am. I'm conflicted now, because I don't want to be afraid and run away from what happened, because I've had so many positive experiences with psychedelics, but I'm also struggling to know how to properly work through this and improve myself so I can hopefully return to tripping. I want to be able to trip again, but I need to better understand the experience and know how to more properly handle it if and when it happens again. Thinking back on the experience after the fact, I can see the things like having no music, shutting my door and curtains, really played a role in the way things went, because I completely isolated myself from the world and from reality. This is the story of how I'm discovering more of my spiritual history, as I dive deeper into the realms presented by mushrooms. During the build-up and rehearsals, and slow increments upwards in dosage, I learnt many skills absolutely essential for navigating those counteract from above. To me, the most important lesson was to learn to close my eyes frequently, and allow for true astral travel type experiences. The second most important skill is breathing. Being able to hold steady control over one's breath is the only thing needed to navigate the difficult times. I discovered some very interesting closed-eye phenomena once I started dosing 5 dry grams and over. Closing my eyes will start off with very DMT-esque fractal patterns, which is like a spinning tunnel at some fantastically psychedelic country fair. Multitudes of colours and shapes. For me, I've always found them endless, always suggesting some sort of portal or tunnel into my mind or out of it, whichever way we choose to look. I am by now so familiar with it, I name it the portal, and I consider its presence as standing at the crossing line of physical reality and hyperspace. The swirling psychedelic fractal light usually fades to a black like I've never seen in real life. Pure darkness. I find it a warm and comforting space to enter. I usually see bunches of what I can only describe as hieroglyphs suspended in the nothing around me. They're always a vibrant electric blue in colour, and I can see a bit of a halo effect to their outline as they shine. There is usually a dense cluster I can gravitate towards and focus upon. It feels like some sort of control room, and the glyphs are not static. I might interact with them at will. Sometimes it is clear where there are slots for them to fall into, so to speak, a space they need to fill, an orientation that is off, and I end up rearranging some of them by suggestion of will alone. Where things get very interesting for me is what happens after completing one of these electric puzzles. I always go through a form of astral travel. One time I remember waking up in a class full of kids, but nobody could understand a word I was saying. Another time, I woke up in what looked like a study filled with all sorts of strange engineering artifacts I could not comprehend the uses of. I only had a vague idea that they were blueprints of sorts. They looked like living snow globes, as if each globe was containing something much larger than itself, perhaps on the scale of dwarf humans. On these doses, the experience does not last long enough to adjust to a new reality at all. I'm talking brief periods, as in seconds of touching base with these realities. I wish I could describe how the architecture, how gravity and light and time and everything we take for granted in our physical reality is different, very different. These warm-up experiences were enough to absolutely assure me of multi-dimensional existence, and open my mind to the possibility of being not only a brief and futile drop in the ocean that is human existence, but that there is a very real and glaringly apparent possibility that this existence here, right now, on planet Earth, is but a page in a chapter to a novel so epic, Stephen King would need 6 books to pen it down. And of course, this intrigues me, and I'm dedicating a fair amount of time and energy in the pursuit of finding and deciphering the information. It's the first time breaking the 10-gram barrier. I need to state outright that nothing could prepare me for how 10 dry grams hits. The dose before was 8.5 dry grams, so I felt fairly confident in a similar experience. How wrong I was. Mushrooms were a very sweet dose, meaning that last 1.5 grams made the kind of difference my experience suggested would come from 5 dry grams. This is the big reason to never get cocky with mushroom doses, and always increase your dosage by a gram at most at a time. No individual can predict where your breakthrough dose will be exactly, but will be around the 7 to 10 gram mark. It would be best to hit this line gently, and not run over it madly like I did in a later trip. As your experience grows, your breakthrough dosage will become higher also. As it so happened this evening, both me and my girlfriend at the time hit breakthrough dose for the first time that evening. I hit 10 grams, and she hit 7. Coming onto this dose was close to being rolled hard by a Changa chillin. It truly hit me with all the mad intensity and power of DMT, in wave after terrifying wave. Also, much like DMT, all my muscles relaxed to the point that I was too lazy to get off the bed. The painting my cousin had made of a sunset over some mountains came to life. The sun was truly setting in it, the grass swaying in a breeze that seemed to blow through the painting. It was deeply moving and beautiful. The patterning on my bedsheet started raising up and floating in the air above the bed. With each wave of psilocin hitting my brain, the room became more and more strange, until at about 20 minutes after ingestion, a massive wave overtook me, and my vision phased out completely for a few seconds. I couldn't see anything at all. It lasted just long enough to be slightly disturbing, and when my vision came back, I was in another world. The room was barely recognisable. It looked like we were floating in the middle of a strange, almost Persian-looking space. Alien glyphs and crystal structures floating in midair. The floor had transformed into a liquid mess of what seemed like moving glass panels, as if the floor had taken a hit of DMT and was hallucinating loudly at me. Silent darkness was not the plan for this trip, but a power failure around 45 minutes after ingestion meant there was no choice in the matter. As the room was plunged into darkness, I was not concerned. It was time to travel. The dark and quiet in the room was ideal for just relaxing at and seeing where the journey went. I got myself snuggled into the covers after some effort. I can seriously not describe or emphasise the extreme laziness experienced on these kind of doses. One really just doesn't want to lift an arm even. Got my Great Dane to snuggle up, and off we went. What a journey this was. Something to note about this level of hyperspace travel is that feelings exist. I mean physical feelings, from the realms visited and the forms inhabited, are as clear to me as the memory of taking a swim in the ocean. These were experiences of true multidimensional existence, and I got to stay in some spaces for long enough to truly have strong memories. Time tends to do its own thing in hyperspace. Almost all of the experiences this evening had a strong aquatic theme to them. Underwater, oceans, in the stars, in some sort of cosmic sea, and so on. The first world I visited was at first not visible at all.